up, what's going on? Hey Kiwana, hey Viper, hey VS, what's going on? Marsha, hey Kiwana, hey Sherry, what's going on? Diesel, hey Boo, what's going on? My room is in tea. Hey Deborah, what's going on? Shiri, what's going on? Mary, hey, what's going on? Latera, hi Boo, hey Jackie, what's going on? Let me scroll on up, chat. See who up in her. What's going on? Trevor, hey Boo. Her fake marriage, my God, today. Hey Miri, hey Boo. What's going on, Miss AP? Her entanglement with August. We gonna get into it, child. What's going on, Tyrone? What's going on? It's J Lynn, baby. What's going on, Terrence Hurd? I like the second song, period. It's gangster, honey. Like when I gotta go out here and get dirty and low down, and I gotta tuck my cross in my bosom, honey. I gotta tuck away my salvation and put on my nigga energy. Oh yes, yes. That's the song that get me all the way in formation, honey. Get me ready to go to hell, baby, for a nigga. What's going on? Hey Deja. What's going on, Prince Pezza? Your commentary and personality truly makes my day. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you, y'all. Honey, I do this for the love of y'all, baby. What's going on, Ashley? Hey, what's going on? What's going on, Gabriella? Hey, Aaron. Hey, Boo. What's going on, Crystal? Oh, we got my Tramiel in the building. You love this song. I do. Tramiel, do you want to join? Oh, you might be at work. Do you want to join? You know, I don't pay attention to my chat. So if you want the link, send me a text. And I do love this song, honey. This is my get you together song. This is my bury you energy song, honey. This is your mama better be ready to sell them fish plates to put you in that brown casket energy, honey. That type of song, baby. I live for it, honey. That's why I gotta only listen to it when it's necessary, because you know that song got a old nasty diabolical spirit on it, honey. You know, and I'm weak. I ain't nothing but a sinner redeemed, baby. So you know them demons be knocking at the door when I be hearing that song, honey. Make me go want to turn America upside down, child. So only when I'm about to get Nuck and Buck. That's one of my Nuck and Buck soundtracks. Y'all don't know I do everything to a soundtrack. I get dressed to a soundtrack. I beat niggas' asses to a soundtrack. I get money to a soundtrack. I step out to a soundtrack. I pray and meditate to a soundtrack. Child, music is just the backdrop of my life, y'all. Okay, it's at my spinach. It's my battery. It's my rocket pad. Okay, it just helps to set it all up, and it helps to arrange everything in me that I need to be arranged in order to do what it is I'm about to do, whether it's for better or for worse. Okay. What's going on, Monica? Hey, Renee. Hey, Ashley. Hey, Monica. Hey, Boo. We got two Monicas in the building. What's going on, Romanin? All right, you guys. So I'm gonna try to drop the link, child, because I don't want to hold y'all too long. Please continue to thumbs up. Notifications are probably gonna be effed up because we've been live like all day yesterday, I think, and all day before, girl. So you know the notifications they're gonna be on the tide side. So the only way we're gonna get notifications out is if y'all are thumbing up the video. So please, as you're coming in, and moderators, please continue to encourage everyone to thumbs up as they're entering into the building. What's going on, KD Boo? So you guys know that Jada Pinkett Smith, girl, and Will Smith are back headlining, girl, tearing the blogs up, because Jada Pinkett Smith recently had an interview with the Today Show, and she revealed something that sent shockwaves across the digital universe. Okay, now I do have quite an unpopular opinion and a approach to what's going on here, but I'm gonna let you guys hear the interview. Let you guys see what this alleged shocking revelation is. And then we're going to, you know, just continue to get into some things. Okay. So let's listen to the soundbite from the Today Show chat. All right. This covered by fair use for parody, research, comedy, analyzation, and forensic purposes. Oh, yes, God.
2016, you and Will decided that you were going to live completely separate lives.
Yes.
It was not a divorce on paper,
Right.
but it was a divorce. So from the year 2016, which is 7 years ago now,
Yes.
y'all have been apart.
Yeah.
But in public, the couple, who married in 1997, denied the gossip about their marriage. This interview on Bravo's Watch What Happens Live with Andy Cohen was taped a year after Will and Jada separated.
So how long have you guys been together?
23 years.
Wow. That's amazing. How do you keep it hot?
How do I keep it hot? Maybe I don't know. I mean, I'm baffled, really.
Yeah, right.
Over the next several years, Jada and Will kept up the appearance of a committed married couple. They even faced a scandal when Jada had what she called an entanglement with a family friend. Neither let the public know they had already split. So I guess my question is, I feel like you're a straight talker.
I am.
Except you're
Girl, they're getting into some things, honey. They're getting into some things.
sometimes.
Yeah.
So why do that? Like, what was the reason?
I think just not being ready yet. Still trying to figure out between the two of us
Yeah.
how to be in partnership, right? And in regards to how do we present that to people?
16.
All right. So you guys just heard that, Gria, okay? Her and Will have been living separately since 2016, which is now several years. They have been living in separate mini mansions, okay? Living under two different roofs, girl. Now, these are rich folks, so we don't know whether we're talking about two different roofs on one damn castle or two literal damn roofs, okay? These folk be living on plantations and be living on acreages and be having, a whole damn 400 acres of land to build an entire neighborhood on, talking about they living in separate houses, okay? But living on the same damn land. So we don't quite know what that literally looks like. But whatever it is, girl, it implies a line of demarcation, all right? Now, you guys know this caused a lot of viewers to raise their eyebrows because you guys know there was this big entanglement fiasco on Jada Pinkett Smith's show, The Red Table Talk, okay, where she got into revealing to everyone that she had had an intimate relationship to R&B singer August Alsina during a off season between her and Will. So we're going to take a little quick listen to that. This is courtesy of John Sierra over on YouTube. Okay, now John Sierra did have to edit the shit out of this episode in order for it to go under the radar of fair use. All right, so if it sounds choppy, that's because of the edit that was done on it to avoid copyright infringement. All right, so let's take a little quick listen to a blast in the past about this whole entanglement thing.
But now Black Twitter has claimed it as their business.
But,
I think you need to say clearly what happened.
as far as what?
You and I decided we were going to take our space, and what happened? An entanglement?
Yes. Yes.
A relationship?
Yes, it was a relationship. Now, in the process, and like you and I were also going through a process of healing in a much different manner. I would definitely say we did. And it all started with, me wanting to help his health, his mental state.
Because for me, that was the thing. When Og first came around, he was really sick.
He was really sick, yeah.
And the outpouring for him from our family was initially about his health.
Yeah. And we found, to And from there, you know.
Yeah.
And we decided.
I was done with your ass.
Yeah, you kicked me to the curb.
I was done with you.
Yeah.
Marriages have that, though.
Yeah,
Marriages have that.
Yeah.
We decided that we were going to figure out how to make yourself happy, and I'll figure out how to make myself happy. Well, I really felt like we could be over. And then what did you do, Jada?
Well, you know, I think from there, you know, as time went on with August.
I launched into an interaction. What do you feel like you were looking for?
It had been, and it would, I think that has a lot, which is another thing that I had to learn to break in this cycle, just that idea of needing to fix and being drawn as your health, or whether it's your addictions. There's something about fixing people versus, and taught me that.
Because I wasn't sure I was ever going to speak to you again.
I know.
Yeah, like the fact that I'm speaking to you again is a miracle.
Okay, so that's just a little bit of that. I want to play the whole thing, girl, but I just wanted to give y'all a little, for, because we take in so much information, girl, on social media. Sometimes we forget the intimate details, okay? Now, personally, I found that Red Table Talk session to have been very interesting because it was also littered with a lot of, like, ambiguity. It was very much so, like, they were speaking in parables. Like, they spoke about something that took place that damn near brought Will Smith to hate Jada, but they never went into what that situation was. But whatever it was, to Will's point you just heard, it caused him to practically be convinced that he would never, ever want to speak to nor have anything else to do with Jada Pinkett Smith ass ever again, okay? So it's by the mercy and power of the Illuminati and all of these goddamn sex rituals that go on in Hollywood and all the sexual magic that they do in the Illuminati, girl, that, they are here today, able to speak and coexist and cohabitate and co-parent and co-marriage and co-every damn thing, okay? So that was that, all right? Now, here's where I am utterly confused at, because we're also going to touch on the whole Oscar and Chris and all of that. Is I'm confused on why the public is confused, because the public is reacting as if Jada Pinkett and Will painted some false image of them being monogamous and together at the time that this entanglement happened, when that was not the case. In the Red Table Talk session, they literally articulated that this entanglement came after they decided to give each other some space to grow, some space to live, some space to breathe, to give each other the opportunity to figure some things out. And what Jada Pinkett Smith decided to figure out is whether there was a bigger and harder dick in the world. And she found that in August Alsina. So they never painted some false image that they were happily married, skipping a loo down the yellow brick road together during this entanglement. It was clear they were separate. Will even said that August Alsina asked him for his blessings in the situation, girl. That's how separate they were. So all this trying to avenge August Alsina or make August Alsina somehow some redeemed victim in the situation, I don't understand what is not understood by the viewers as it relates to this Red Table Talk situation and this entanglement. Hell, Will even met the man, was around the man, which is why he said when August Alsina came around, August Alsina was very sick, etc. Blah, 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 blah. From Jada Pinkett Smith's perspective, this started off as just a friend and somebody who was in need, and then it grew into something sexual, something slightly romantic, and it grew into that because there was space and opportunity for the situation to become that, since her and Will were not together, and this separation between them both was about them both doing whatever they needed to do in order to find clarity, whether that was pursuing other situations, whether that was going to meditate over in Tibet, whether that was going on a 40-day, 40-night fast, whatever was necessary for both parties to figure out if what they created together was something that they still wanted and they wanted to pursue. It was all fair game. It was all fair game. Okay? All fair game. And in that Red Table Talk, Jada Pinkett Smith, let it be known that, Will was doing his thing too, bitch. Don't think just because I'm here talking about my entanglement, don't think that because me and my head is here talking about my entanglement, that this nigga wasn't around the world, baby. Because if there was a lick to get back, baby, Will got his whole entire lick back, and Will had to agree with the old guilty, uncomfortable laughter. He sure did get his damn licks or get his time in the world, baby, all the way in. That he put his big 15-inch foot off into his freedom, baby. Okay, so both of them was carrying on in their self-finding journey. So once again, I'm confused about why the public is confused, because it was pretty much a black and white situation in the Red Table Talk. All right, so there's that. Now, going a little bit more into that, okay, a lot of people felt like, okay, it was also that they're liars, that the Smiths are bona fide liars. Y'all have kept up this facade that y'all have this nuclear family, blah, 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 blah. I'm just like, so this is where the rubble meets the road, right? Because this is these are two public figures. Okay, these are two famous ass people. However, their marriage is still largely their business. And I think the public doesn't remind itself that you are minding the business that does not pay you. Like Jada and Will actually don't owe us nothing about their relationship. Whatever they decide to disclose, don't decide to disclose, and when they decide to disclose it, it's all at their discretion. All at their discretion. We're not entitled to nothing. And I'm going to tell you the bigger gag about it. I think what Jada Pinkett Smith and Will Smith have going on in their marriage in terms of these pivots and these ups and downs and finding themselves and going their separate ways but still married, etc. I think actually this is the most realistic view of marriage. Everybody acting so, oh my God, so, oh my, this what, girl, please. Stop acting like you ain't in a complicated ass situation with your baby daddy. Stop acting like you ain't with a damn man that you struggling to forgive because he done had several affairs outside of the relationship and got a 6-month baby on the damn way and you trying to figure it out. Stop trying to act like anybody's relationship is above reproach and anybody's relationship is above struggle. It is above disaster. It is above complication. What Jada Pinkett Smith and Will Smith going through, their journey as a couple, is probably one of the most realistic, practical views of what a long-term relationship, whether it's a long-term relationship, whether it's a long-term engagement, whether it's a long-term marriage. If you are with anybody for more than 3 years, baby, shit gonna hit the fan. There gonna be head-on collisions because this is the reality of marriage. First of all, you have the actual relationship, which is separate from the marriage. You got the actual relationship, and then you got marriage, which is the business contract between both of y'all in the state, both of y'all in the country. Okay, the marriage is the black and white on paper. Okay, the marriage is the legality. The marriage is and represents the law, the objective. And then there's the actual relationship, which is the interpersonal. It's all the emotional, philosophical, spiritual, sexual, romantic, intimate. It's all of that. Okay? So I can understand why Will and Jada, being both six-figure men and women, high-profile celebrity, have children together, have real estate together, have shares, stocks, and bonds. They have a whole legacy. They're just as enmeshed in business as Beyonce and Jay-Z is. I don't believe for a single damn minute that Beyonce forgave Jay-Z completely in the name of love. She forgave that nigga in the name of convenience, bitch. Because at this point, we done created too much. It's too much to undo at this point. The perfect word is entanglement. This is a damn legal knot at this damn point. And it's cheaper to keep your ass. It's cheaper to just figure out what we need to figure out about the marriage part, honey. Okay, rather we want to stay married legally on paper, which a lot of couples do. Or rather we want to go through the hoopla of separating, undoing our last names, fighting over whose name, fighting over alimony, child support, fighting over this, that, and the third, having to explain to the public this and explain to the public that. Girl, it's too much. I think we forget that high-profile, wealthy couples have a lot more to lose and a lot more to endure in the breakdown of a marriage than just an everyday person going down there to the courthouse to undo their marriage to the raggedy-ass nigga they been taking care of this whole time, who they ain't built no damn legacy, ain't got no shared property with, okay? They don't have nobody really to answer to about whether your tired-ass relationship falls apart. Okay, so this is the business. This is the left brain side of the marriage, which is the marriage itself. And then the right side of the marriage is the actual relationship that the state and nobody got to do about. It's all matters of the heart and matters of the spirit. So I consider being in Will and Jada's shoes, you know, rather it's logical to give in to the impulse to divorce, considering all that comes with that. You know, I think that it was proper for them to, they understood what they were feeling emotionally, which was we ain't feeling each other right now. Okay, so you can go on do you, I can go on do me. And then once we figure that out, we'll know what to do with the marriage itself, with the paperwork itself, with the objective of the relationship itself. We'll know what to do with that. But if we don't understand the emotional, and we don't understand what we're working through and what we're feeling, and if the intersection we're at is temporary, because all relationships, even between people who love each other, they go dry. They go dry, they go stale, or external circumstances contribute to circumstantial stress, whether it's a partner going ill, whether it's financial issues, hence Kim and Croy, or whether it's a partner getting sick, hence Nene and Greg. You know, there are various things that can contribute to a relationship plateauing. That also doesn't mean that the relationship is per se over. You're just going through a rocky patch. And I do think it's in the best interest of couples, especially those who have been together a long time, those who have children, those who have really invested a lot into their relationship financially, energetically, sexually, emotionally, monetarily, it's in the best interest to not be impulsive during a rocky patch. Give the rockiness some time to breathe and to exhale. Give yourself time, give each other time to actually work through that thing, to sort through that stuff so that you can be absolute. Because look at what Greg and Nene had to go through, girl. They were married forever, then divorced completely, and then remarried all over again. And the whole remarrying part could have been avoided. The whole even going through the divorce process to begin with could have been avoided had both parties been intentional about taking the time to just move through the bullshit. They would have found out that, hey, we really do love each other. We do got some things to work on. We're going to implement therapy. We're going to implement whatever it is that we need to implement in order to strengthen these areas of our relationship and or our marriage. And we're going to continue on in our happily ever after. But some people do jump out of the window at the point that they are upset at the relationship and they don't feel that they're getting the results that they want in the moment, and then will make impulsive decisions in the moment in a season that is going to be over. So I actually really appreciate Jada Pinkett Smith and Will Smith taking time to not be impulsive, being emotionally intelligent enough to say, hey, at the end of the day, we're actually human beings. You got a humanity, I got a humanity. Our marriage feels thick. Our marriage feels heavy right now. And we ain't on the same up page. But we know we love each other. We know we're going to continue to love each other. And if we both got trust in each other, then what we need to do is not necessarily entertain divorce, but I need to respect you enough in your time of confusion to let you go get clarity, and you respect my humanity enough to let me go deal with my confusion and get clarity, and then see where that clarity draws us back to. Now, this is the part that a lot of motherfuckers don't understand, because I really feel like Jada Pinkett Smith and Will Smith get a lot of heat because a lot of people don't actually understand the emotional intelligence that's actually at work in the way that Jada Pinkett Smith and Will are navigating the complexities and the difficulties of their lives and of their marriage. What you have in terms of viewers looking at this relationship is a lot of emotionally immature people who run to conclusions, who make impulsive decisions, who don't understand actually how mature it actually is for Will Smith and Jada to, yes, continue to show up as a couple, because technically they still are on paper. They weren't lying to anybody by continuing to show up together in interviews or on talk shows or on red carpets during this 7-year period that they were technically living in separate households, because they were still partners. They were still teammates. They still have households to manage together. They still have children to co-manage and co-raise together. They are not done, in fact, with their meditating on the future of their relationship. So there's no need for them to completely act single when they're not, in fact, actually single. They're just two married people going through a complicated time, giving each other a chance to figure some things out while still holding on to the very thing that they have, and them deciding when this is actually over and fully clarify for us both. And it may take another 2 years before Jada Pinkett Smith and Will figure out what it is we need to do. Just like it takes time to figure out where a relationship is going when you're in love, it takes time to figure out where the relationship is going when you feel you've fallen out of love, or when that desire for the relationship becomes compromised. This is not like an any, meeny, miny, mo situation. I think sometimes we forget that we are not talking about like robots. We're not talking about chess pieces on a damn board. We're talking about people. Nothing is black and white in people's lives in actuality. Nothing is left and or right. Most of our lives as humans are completely in the gray area. We're doing a lot of figuring shit out. We're taking a journey. And to be honest, that's in fact what y'all all say marriage is, right? For better and for worse, through sickness and in health, wealth and in poverty, until death does us part. So I feel like Will and Jada should actually be applauded for doing everything they can to reach a consensus, whether that's giving each other the opportunity to go be with other people, whether that's the opportunity to whatever. And I actually personally like the fact that they're not taking that lightly. I like the fact that they didn't jump out of the window. I like the fact that they just didn't rush to divorce. I love the fact that these people respect and love each other so much that they had the courage to say, bitch, I'm about to give you permission to do some shit that's real scary. But if we really are trying to figure out where we at, it's going to take us to have to go into the unknown. It's going to take us to have to temporarily let go of each other in order to see if the variables of the universe will conspire and bring us back together. The old adage is if you let something go and it comes back, then you know. That requires so much courage, especially with so much on the line, your heart on the line, the future is on the line. But going into all that scary shit and embarking on that unknown journey is the only way to truth and justice. You cannot know a thing until a thing has been tested and ultimately tried, until the very thing has been put through rites of passage. And Jada and Will marriage is going through an incredible rites of passage in order to determine whether there is enough substance here to continue on in the name of all that is love and all that is good and all that is holy and all that is fair. Or rather, the end of our story has reached its ultimate conclusion. Now, let's get to the slap. A lot of people feel like, well, what the fuck was the slap all about? Okay, I don't understand what the confusion is. Will smacking Chris Rock in the name of roasting his wife to her face and insulting her alleged health condition to her face doesn't require anything from Will aside from him just loving her and feeling like she needed to be protected in that moment. He didn't even need to be her husband to do that. For all we know, Will would have took the same approach had him and Jada Pinkett Smith been legally separated and divorced and still showed up to the award ceremony together, and he still would have proceeded across that goddamn stage and smacked him, because guess what? That's still someone that he loves. And in this particular context, that's still his fucking wife. That's still the mother of his children. That's still someone that he loves. So whether they are living in separate households does not necessarily mean that he does not feel Jada doesn't need protection. It doesn't mean that he doesn't love Jada. And for all we also know, we got to consider the fucking semantics here. She's saying we live separately. Okay, but we don't have no nuanced information about whether that means y'all still are having sex, y'all still go on dates, y'all still eat together as a family, because there are a lot of healthy marriages between people who live in different locations. I know happy couples who do not live together, who do not cohabit together. So you don't have to live in the same household in order to participate in a relationship or to have a relationship. I remember just a few streams ago, I forgot what we were talking about, but there were people in the chat saying that they would love to live separate from their partners. The women wanted their own living quarters and wanted their man to have his own damn living quarters. Okay? So I'm curious to know, because I will be buying this book and I will be watching this interview in full on Friday, because I'm curious to know what the 7 years living separately actually entail. So have y'all not had sex in 7 years? Do y'all not go on dates also in 7 years? Like, what does living separately actually mean? Because it doesn't necessarily mean that y'all ain't been in a relationship just because y'all living separately. Okay? But all in all, I don't know what the big hoopla is. Jada and Will clarified that they were not together when the entanglement happened. So why people feel that August Alsina need to be avenged, I don't fucking know. And I actually really respect them for doing everything in their power to figure out they're figuring out. Because some people do take marriage seriously and they take divorce seriously. And some people want to be absolutely sure, while other people are okay with feeling like, you know what, I feel it's over right now, and I'm going to divorce in the name of feeling like it's over right now. Everybody, you know, has a different level of seriousness about hitting the divorce button and using the divorce word and pulling the divorce card. This thing ain't monolithic. I'm going to drop the link for anybody who want to come up and got something to say, child. Told y'all I didn't want to keep my commentary too long. But if anybody want to come up, I'm about to drop the link. Moderators, please rotate the link. If anybody want to come and speak to this entanglement, living separately, Jada and Will situation, pop off the sound off by hitting the link. The link. All right, I just dropped the link of the link. All right, hold on. Girl, thumbs up the video as well, honey. The kids are running around, child, with their head cut all the way off. All right, welcome to the platform, Rumors and Tea. What's going on?
Hello.
Hey.
Hey, Conscious.
Hi.
Yeah, let me. Hey, crew.
Let
me get mine out real quick.
Up a little bit.
Hold on.
Just a little bit.
Hello.
Yes.
Okay, am I better now?
Yes, you better. It's a little bit of crackling, but we can get through it.
All right, I'm gonna X out and come back in because I don't want no bad feedback.
Okay. Okay, so Woman T is gonna jump back in, you guys. Also, oh yeah, I'm glad you sent me this on Woman T because I forgot to mention the whole Chris Rock thing as well, child. Hold on, y'all. I'm texting. Hold on, y'all. Cause y'all remember, it had came out during the whole slap situation controversy. That Chris Rock had asked Jada out on a date, like way back in the Disney. Way back, I think this was even before. This was before Will, like way back in the Disney. And a lot of people was alluding to at that time that was a part of the build-up, that not only had Chris Rock, you know, he actually is attracted to Jada, but you sitting here dragging her, nigga. And then you also was dragging us when we were boycotting, you know, all these white people's establishment, girl, for the racism of it all and the lack of representation of it all. And now you're going to sit here and insult my wife to her face in front of her legal husband. Oh, you about to get smacked up, my nigga. You doing too much, Chris Rock. Hey, Rumors.
Okay. Is the sound better now?
Yes, way better.
All right. Oh man, you've been on fire. You know, you stay on fire though, but
thank you.
Oh man, it's been good. Now listen, I really need to get it together. Like this world is so like hypocritical to people, and everybody got like we all have an opinion, but it's like so it's like it gives me a migraine because I can't even find all the words. Like y'all want them to be quiet and not discuss anything, never address anything that's been, you know, speculated, you know. Then y'all want more information. And when they give you guys more clarity, you know, then everybody's like, I want them to be quiet. They talking too much. They telling too much. Like, I feel like it's a lose-win situation for them. And I think it's really unfair to try to tell someone else how to navigate in their marriage and their relationship. Everyone does not see marriage in a romantic way. You know what I mean? You may, you know, initially romanticize it, but for a lot of people, especially people that have been married for some time, they understand the business aspect. Like it is literally business. And if you should happen to fall in love and remain in love and, you know, and can navigate through all of that while you're actually engaging in business with your partner, because it's a partnership, wonderful. But that's not always the case for everyone. We don't know if they are in love, out of love, because people fall in and out of love every day. You know, I think it's really horrible though that our people cannot celebrate, no matter what we agree with or disagree with, that two people have found a way to stay together, to keep, you know, their family dynamics together. You know, everybody always, what about the kids? What about the kids? You know, because this has been going on for years. You know, and I know their children are grown now, but this has literally been going on since their children were minors. And I think they did what was best for their family dynamics. There are other people that look to them that are actually being educated, and finding, you know, it refreshing to see we're not the only people that go through this. Oh, so I can, you know, we can stay together and we can, you know, it's like almost creating a blueprint. But the majority of people, I'm glad you said what you said, because the majority of people that aren't even married, never been married, y'all stay with niggas and women for less.
That part, okay.
For less. Do you really expect people that are in a different tax bracket, you know, that have found a way to accumulate, you know, their success, their fortune? Everybody does not want to have, you know, $1 trillion, $1 million divorces, you know, fight battles that take years. They found a way to navigate, good, right or wrong, indifferent, whether we agree or disagree. I think it's so disheartening that we've become so conditioned to wanting to see people break up, to see families torn apart. It's weird to me.
And I think that we need to normalize the part of life that causes us to have to actually work through things and not continue to indulge in this idealism and this over romanticism of things and this impractical perception of life. Like, this is relationships. If you're with anyone, as long as these people have been together, how is it that you both are going to avoid the inevitables of life in terms of where y'all are, even as individuals? In 5 years from now, y'all might be two different people. Y'all might be two different people 10 years, and y'all will be if y'all are continuing on the path of growth. And so you have to constantly rethink the marriage as you both are growing. That's realistic. That's also why I feel like we need to revisit the concept of marriage altogether. because the idea of marriage and monogamy doesn't necessarily support the evolution of consciousness. It doesn't support personal growth. It actually stunts it because it prioritizes the togetherness over where, in fact, I really should be at this point in my life, or rather where you should be at this point in life, and us never affording ourselves to actually be on our path and on our actual purpose, because we've made this promise that is infringing upon wherever it is we're ultimately meant to be, wherever it is I'm meant to be in 10 years. We signed up 10 years ago not knowing that I was going to feel differently 10 years later, or that you were going to be in a different place in your life. You're going to be in a different place in your experience of yourself. Like, and relationships have to undergo all of this. You may come together and marry as two Christians, and your partner may be an atheist 8 years in. Something may happen that dramatically alters their perception. Now y'all got to deal with how y'all going to raise the kids, how y'all going to stay together. If you of one fundamental religion, he's of another fundamental religion. Like, there's so many things that just happen in life because life happens. It doesn't matter what we promise to people. Life happens. We make promises that we don't even be alive to fulfill because life trumps it all. So I feel like we need to really sit down and revisit the reality of what is this concept of marriage, how and what can that look like in all forms, shapes, and fashions and colors, because we're talking about a promise compounded with people being on a life journey together. And sometimes the same two people that married aren't the same two people that's standing 25 years later. We're not even the same people 2 decades later.
It's all evolving. And the thing about being in a different tax bracket, which, you know, most of the people that are talking, and this is no shade, this is a reality. When you are in a different tax bracket, you have access to a different environment, you know, a different knowledge. You travel the world. You see how others live. And see, it's really our Western culture that really harpens so much on how others' relationships are. It's so weird to me because 9 times out of 10, the people that are being extremely judgmental, you don't really care for the advice of others. You don't, you know what I mean? No matter what, if people come and tell you about your relationship, you still do ultimately what you want to do. So to vilify somebody else that choose to do what they want to do, what works for them, is really ludicrous. It's just very hypocritical. It's just like really, it's hypocritical. And if we really want to keep it 100, most of our grandmothers, great grandmothers, aunties and uncles, and some of our mothers and fathers have stayed with each other through infidelities, through abuse, psychological abuse. We ain't even gonna talk about the physical abuse. They stayed for whatever purpose and they made it work. They've had separate lives. You've seen people have whole entire families across the tracks, on the other side of the tracks, and their partner stayed with them and they made it work. And you know what I mean? It may have taken years to make it work, but that's a partnership. Right, wrong, and indifferent, whether we personally agree with it because it does not fit our lifestyle or whatever, that's fine. But to literally, like, what bothers me the most is how everyone really vilifies Jada, as if Will has been this innocent man. This man has wrote in his books how he cheated on this woman. No one ever drags him for that. They really make her the villain. And I'm not saying that she always comes across as you know, a person that you would want to have empathy for, because sometimes she could be cringeworthy, you know, like, but I can't really knock her for being herself and being honest about who she is and what she wants. It's just really weird how they've targeted them. That's how I feel like they've been a target. And I feel like the reason why they're so transparent is because it's been so much stuff in the tabloids, you know, on social media. You know what I mean? Like, how dare, you know, they ever open their mouths and speak up to try to show people that there's a different way to do this and still maintain a healthy relationship? How dare they do that? Like, the toxicity that we have all adapted to is really weird to me, to really knock these people. And I had read in the comments, you know, people, someone was like, you know, they feel like they're fake. I just feel like they've done what they needed to do for the public until they couldn't do it anymore. You know, they're actors. You know, I just feel like they wanted to show a united front, and I honestly don't believe that they would have ever came public, neither one of them, to even discuss things if the public, whomever it was, would not have been putting their business out there, you know, trying to expose them.
Then why not allow them? I'm sorry to cut you off, Wimbledon T, but I have to actually interject here because this is my big problem with that statement. It's a bit like, it's giving me the Beyonce and Jay-Z situation. They are
hold on. Because before you say that, because that's a good point that you're already making, William. Why is it that Beyonce didn't get this heat when she continued to fulfill her tour dates with her husband? She continued to be on the run with his ass. She continued to do appearances. She continued to fulfill her obligations despite the fact that her marriage was in a crazy ass predicament.
Exactly. So then this is my other thing too. No one needs to know all of this. This is my problem with the Smith.
Who says that? Because you're trying to
hang on.
Wait a minute.
Hang on. Whoa. Hang on. Wait a minute. Wait. Hang on. I said that. I'm the only person out of the two of y'all that's actually in disagreement right now, because I have a very different take on this whole entire situation. My thing is, if I'm in a relationship with you and there is a commitment through better or for worse, through health and in sickness, that's going to encompass everything that life's going to throw at you. So for me, I understand the need to be transparent with the public. Nobody really needs to know this. That's just my personal opinion. Because I feel like this is how you get people into your business. This is how you allow folks to shatter your opinion. Now there is the expectation that everything you do from that point on is all about sharing publicly what your marriage has been like over these last however many years they've been together.
So what's wrong?
What's wrong with it?
What is wrong
with
it?
What is wrong with it? Okay, cool. I'll tell you what's wrong with it. This is what's wrong with it. What you see right now is what's wrong with it. Oversharing a lot of what you went through between your, and this is my other thing too. I have been in relationship and proximity to people. And based on how they treat me and based on how I treat them, neither one of us is going outside of that relationship to just to bitch and moan and complain, but have no transparency with each other. That's my problem. I feel like Jada, in so many instances, she comes across as if there is no love for him. Now, I'm not saying Will is the perfect being, but I can also understand why he feels the way that he feels. There have been multiple documented videos of Jada trying to get Will to admit to something on camera, and he's like, "If you don't get that camera out my face."
But William, can I tell you, he wrote a whole entire book, and he documented in this book telling how he cheated on this woman.
So does that hang on. Does that give her the, hang on. Two wrongs don't make a right. Two wrongs do not make a right.
If someone goes and takes the initiative to put our marriage out there, information about our marriage, I have the right as a human being to disclose whatever I want.
Yes, you may have that right. You may have that right. But here's the problem. The problem it's going to come down to is this. I don't know if you are going to go through all of that. Yes. If I made a book about what happened to me, that's on me. But if I'm including you into that conversation, if I'm saying, hey, what do you think about this? I am not saying that that's the conversation that they were having, but I am also in the position of, I see it both ways. I understand that Will is not an angel. He's done some things that he's messed up, but Jada I think she has taken this a step too far, and it has allowed the public to really say, you know what? Don't play in my face. You said you was in an open marriage. Now you upset that everybody's in your business. Now you want to write a book about this. Now you want Will Smith to da 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 da. I'm sorry, but this is exhausting. Like, it's exhausting. It's exhausting to have to hear complaints.
William, here's my rebuttal to what you're saying respectfully. So initially, they were not even saying anything. Rumors were all speculations, and rumors were already out there because of the tabloids. So to say it is really unfair to say that because Jada chose to now address these things, you create platforms where she can speak out, because there are other people that are truly probably going through the same things, and this is enlightening for them. It is helping them navigate through their own marriages, their own relationships, learning how to recreate a relationship. You know, you may have thought it was going to be this way. As we stated, people evolve, people change every day. It is unfair to say to someone how they're supposed to respond to their life, what they want the public to say, when it's rumors and speculations already out there. It makes no sense to say that a person does not have the right to address their own issues publicly. And now, if you don't want to read about it, tired of hearing it, then swipe on past it, change the channel. It is unfair though. That's like me telling you that you cannot respond. If I, hypothetically, if I was to get up here and say something insulting to you, it will be really crazy for me to say you don't have a right to respond however way you choose to respond. That just doesn't make sense. And that's what old boy was talking about, although he's a whole nother topic, Rock, when he said selective outrage. And I think it is just extremely damaging to our community that we want to vilify, because he stays on Jada. I don't agree with everything she does and says. However, I can have empathy and understand that this woman has a right as a human being to respond, put whatever it's her life. It's her life.
Okay. Let me say this.
And before you say that, Will, I just want to add on to what Taruma said, that I think it is even more valuable and significant for Jada and Will to really talk about the reality of their marriage, which is a reflection of most marriages, when considering that 70% of marriages in this country are ending in fucking divorce. So clearly there's a conversation that it has been overdue about the reality of marriage in general, and what that looks like, what that feels like, what that all entails, because most people's marriages are actually not working out. Most people's marriages are in a state of complication. And I remember this was back in the Wild Wild West Will Smith days, back in the early 2000s. There, to rumors and T point, they have been rumors since Will been a celebrity, since Jada been a celebrity, since they've been a couple around their marriage. I've heard rumors about them being swingers and Will being bisexual and gay and everything under the sun in the early 2000s. before there was ever a Red Table Talk, before there was ever an August Alsina. So the public is always prioritizing the business of famous people. We put ourselves in their business. And when we don't know their business, we create their business for them to have business to be in. So Jada didn't do this. The public did this, and Jada responded at her own time in her own creative way with Red Table Talk to talking about life, her marriage, unpacking it, etc. So that at least when it's all said and done and the aliens come and blow this bitch up, that her side of the truth is also can be found in the fossils of life, and not just every tabloid magazine, and not just every gossip column's perspective, and not just every, etc. I don't think there is anything wrong with leading your own life. And we also don't even know if this is a response. She might have just been ready to be in a transparent place, which is fine. I share my life online. You share your personal life here, William, and on your YouTube page. I mean, like she could have, they could just have been ready to just talk about things that are unconventional. And I think, and with my platform, y'all know I'm all for, I'm completely indoctrinated in the belief that we need to talk about what's real and stop placating to idealism, and stop placating to fantasy, and stop placating to the bullshit, and really be in the practice of having authentic dialogue. Even if it sounds crazy, it's authentic. If it sounds right, it's authentic. If it sounds bad and we are discharging our sins, it is authentic. That we need to be, that it's healthier for us to be in a place where even if other people don't agree, that we at a place where we can bear our own truth. Because it's really not even about the public either. The public just has the luxury of having a front row seat. Whether we agree or don't agree, the truth is about them, and them having their dialogues in the space of social media, and continuing to, regardless of how the public, some parts of the public ain't here for it and is here for it, means that they themselves want this. This is really for them, and we're just getting the front row seat to it.
Okay, so let me start off by saying this to Conscious. I'm gonna respond to your point, and I'm gonna respond to Rumors TV. Rumors and TV. Sorry. Okay, so here's the thing about sharing openly about my experience and about what I went through. I'm in a much better space than I was at that particular point. So I am able to share those particular gems with everybody online because I am in that space. With Jada, I don't know if she is in that headspace to be completely and totally healed from all of her trauma. Now, I am by far, in a way, I'm not saying that she has or hasn't, but for me, sitting down with someone and getting this all out one-on-one, not with your husband being there, but actually sitting down one-on-one with someone and actually getting out your thoughts, everything that you've ever had, your emotional, your angry, whatever it is, getting all of that out of your system. Then when you are ready to really talk about those issues, then you should. But with Jada, and it's especially with Will, I don't know if these two are the examples of what healing is supposed to look like. I think when I look at, even in my own personal life, I've seen marriages rise and fall from white to black to purple to orange to whatever. But the one thing that they have always communicated to me, and I'm not speaking on their marriage, but I am saying that this is what I hear in general from those that have had these marriages is they didn't do this right or they didn't do that right, and we went to counseling, we went there, we went this, we da 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 this, we da 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 that, and it just wasn't working. So I, and the however many years that I've been together with this individual, decided that I needed to step away. And if that goes into divorce, that's what we'll do. But I needed to step away from that. So I feel like with Will, even though, yes, he said he has cheated on his wife, he said that he has done all of these things in a book. I also can sympathize with Will's plight here because.
But what's his plight? Like, what is his plight? His plight is what? Because as somebody said in the chat, he said in that same book that this is Jada's way, like this is therapeutic for her, and he supports that. Just as Jay-Z said in an interview with his 411 album that he personally as a man was uncomfortable with Beyonce putting all their business in Lemonade. He personally did not want that, but he understood that was a part of the way his wife needed to cope and needed to heal, and that was her way of telling their story. And as much as he didn't want her to lead from that, because it's not just about him, then he respected it, even though he didn't like it and he didn't want it, but he stood by it.
I understand, but the difference between Jay-Z and Will is that unlike Will and Jada, Beyonce and Jay-Z, their marriage is not in the open. It's through Beyonce's music that we hear.
But that's in the open. It's just another form of being open. It's like whether you write it in a tell-all or whether you just tell it through a microphone at a seminar. You're telling all. It like these are just forms we're talking about. It's not that one is not the other. It's the same thing. You're just telling it through rap rather than through written poetry, through an article rather than through open mic. Down at the whatever. These are just forms, but they're all running their mouth and talking about their personal lives, just in different forms and fashions. And this is her way. And I understand this is social media. Like we're all participating and running our mouths. I mean, we're all in the business of sharing. We're all in the business of opening up and talking about personal things and sharing things with a bunch of motherfuckers we don't know at all. We don't even know how people look.
So
and we are sharing our lives.
So let me ask you something. And this is just a question that I'm going to ask the both of you. If you and your spouse were as with the tax factors and the resources that Jada and Will have, and the weight of the tabloids and paparazzi and everybody in the media just on your ass about what you got going on personally. And your partner just like, you know what? I'm just going to write a book. I'm going to say this. I'm going to say that. I'm going to say what I did. I'm going to say all of that. I'm just going to write a book and then I'm going to publish it and then da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And then you come forward with your own book and you say, blah, 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 blah. This is what happened to me. And I, and yes, I had an entanglement with a younger man and da, 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 da. Okay. Since we, the public, get a front row seat to all of that, and I think somebody in the chat also asked this question.
Yes, I think it was 6.
Are we not allowed to criticize you as we've criticized your other partner?
No, but see, for me, the problem isn't the criticism. The problem is the fact that we're talking about the way that people are showing up in their adversity, which obviously is broad. is very broad. There is no one fits all. Like,
so is it?
You know what it is, William, for me? If I can answer your question, for me, it's like not wanting to address the elephant in the room. It all ties back to how we've been brainwashed to not address the elephants in the room. Like, it is so weird how it was okay for them to go through all of these long before they even discuss any of the trials and tribulations of their marriage. When they was going around doing interviews like this big cookie cutter happy family, no one had a criticism about them oversharing. But time they started really being real and letting people see and understand the dynamics of their marriage and their family, then here comes all of the negative reactions. And it's okay. We all have an opinion, everyone, right? But it's just weird how now everybody wants to be like they're oversharing. We tired of hearing about them. But it's like anytime we can show up as our authentic self in our community, there's backlash. It's like
And
it
you
makes
know what? And you know what? I completely agree with you. I think for me,
hey, knockout. Let me mod my nigga up. Okay, go ahead, William.
Yeah,
if you want to hit the link and knockout, let me know.
Hey, knockout.
I was gonna say, yeah, I completely agree with you, Rumors and Tea. But let me, I think when it comes to me, and this is just me speaking, I'm consistent in the way I approach my philosophical life, and the way that I approach my personal life, my professional life, even my online life. I don't share everything that I have going on with my personal life, because not everybody needs to know that. But
clearly they're not sharing everything. It's so much. We gotta wait till the interview comes out, but we don't know everything.
And even when the interview comes out, even when the book comes out, we still don't know. We still wait.
Okay. I am not okay. I'm saying for
I don't understand what is. I don't understand like what's the issue. I don't get it. I really don't get it. I don't get it.
It's the fact that we are watching people address the elephants in the room. I'm telling you, we have a
yes, and there is something to be said about that, William. Like we have hold on. Because I was going to say this too, to Aruma's point, that I feel like, and to Ruma's point too, I don't feel Jada is a saint, Will is a saint. I'm okay with that because nobody is. But I feel like Jada really gets a lot of pushback as a Black woman because she is stirring up and breaking up this intergenerational practice of sweeping everything under the rug and not addressing the elephant in the room. And the Black community, I'm not surprised, are pushing back against them breaking up this cultural practice of denial, and we're just going to completely and entirely pretend that what's happening is not happening. And Jada is like dragging all of the skeletons, all of the uncomfortable shit, all of the what the fuck part. She's bringing all of that into the open, and the conservative Black community is having an adverse reaction to that because that's not what we do as a people. We don't talk about the worst part of nothing. We don't talk about our business. We just had this conversation about Carly Russell yesterday in the live, and about how mental illness and all of that don't get addressed, and that we placate the fantasy, and we like to uphold our image as a conservative melanated people. Black people are some of the most conservative folk in the fucking country. We uphold respectability politics more than anybody in this country does as a people. And so I do feel like that's an added variable when it comes to the pushback against Jada, is that she's operating in a way that Black women traditionally are not supposed to. She's supposed to be a kept woman, a quiet woman. She's supposed to keep her fucking mouth shut. She's supposed to protect the ego of her husband. She's supposed to protect her own ego. She's supposed to actually have a ego and live from that ego. And here it is, she's doing the opposite. And people are just like, girl, what are you doing? And I feel like what she's doing is, I feel like what they're both doing is attempting freedom, and they are making, and they're swinging at this attempt at authenticity. And that's not easy to do. And nor does growing in authenticity look complete when it's not complete. Like when you are attempting your freedom, it looks somewhat, it's going to be somewhere between trying to uphold the ego at the same time trying to collapse it. You are going to be in that middle space, because once again, this is a growth thing, growing to be comfortable, uncomfortable, growing and being comfortable and being vulnerable and being transparent, being okay with folk judging you. Because Jada ain't even, you know what's so funny? People are like, oh, do we not have the right? Do we not have the right to criticize? Do we not have the right to? The gag is Jada and Will really ain't even complaining about the criticism. They're just continuing to talk. They talk. They ain't even so much as necessarily. They ain't in them comment sections fighting with y'all. They ain't making live stream after live stream combating y'all. They just continuing to tell their motherfucking story and letting everybody feel how the fuck they feel. And those who can appreciate it are going to, and those who ain't gonna like it are going to feel a way about it. But I, as a Black person who wasn't raised in I was raised in an open household, but I wasn't raised in an open family. And coming out of the culture of Blackness, where there's a big shadow casted over secrets, which Iyanla Vanzant, my spiritual godmother, always said, secrets kill. We need to be in a practice of undoing the shame that comes with burying secrets and trying to uphold images. We should be trying to shed light to that and to give young people, to give our children, to give our communities the opportunity to see the reality of things. Because the fantasy ain't helping nobody at this point. The respectability politics ain't helping not nobody at this damn point. Before people get married, we need to talk about how fucked up marriage can be. We need to talk about how, yes, it's amazing to wake up to the person you love and your twin flame and your soulmate. It's amazing to have a partner. It's amazing to be able to cut bills down the middle and to have somebody that loves you unconditionally. But there's also a terrible, dark-hearted price that's paid for that as well, because it does call for the sacrifice of your ego, which I feel like enough people don't talk about when it comes to marriage. It comes with deep, profound emotional intelligence, which we don't talk enough about as a people. That's necessary for relationships of any kind, whether they're platonic, whether they're family, whether they're intimate. To be productive requires deep emotional intelligence and humility and virtues of the spirit, not virtues of the intellect, not virtues of the ego, but virtues of the spirit. There's so many missing components that we don't assert and we don't emphasize and prioritize when it comes to our conversations around the healthiness of relationships and what contributes really and what centers all relationships, especially interpersonal, intimate, romantic relationships like marriage. And I love that these two Black ass people are giving us a front row view to the fuckery of it all, because people need to know this is what the fuck you need to consider and be ready for when you talk about committing your life to another human being for the rest of y'all's life, that y'all may grow apart. You need to internalize that. You need to internalize yourself for the actual sickness that may manifest, for the accidental injury, the accidental death, the miscarriages, the whatever that may come of it all. How bad fighting and temperament can get, because when you let somebody in to you in such an intimate way, this can also be why you can find yourself triggered up in a very dangerous way when your partner is pressing on a certain nerve, because that intimacy and vulnerability is what gives them the ability to influence that pendulum to swing from love to fucking hate. This is how you regulate that hate. This is how you deal with those, with all that comes with these interpersonal exchanges. We ain't having enough conversation about the reality of the shit. And here it is. These two people are. They're talking about the fuckery of it all. And I feel like there's so much powerful data and information that can be extracted from talking about this aspect of marriage. I don't want to see that Skip-a-Loo ass shit no more. I don't want to see that yellow brick road. We on our way to see the Wizard of Oz ass shit no more. Tell me about the stinking, ugly, rotten, fucked up part of what it means to be a parent. The ugly, rotten, fucked up part of what it means to be a life partner. The fucked up, ugly parts of what it means to be in this experience. I need that information just as much as I need the positive, uplifting, upstream data of it all in order to understand, to have a well-balanced view of life. I can appreciate it.
Yeah. Can I respond to Auntie Debbie's her question? So according to Jada, I had sent Conscious a link. I didn't know if he had seen it or not prior, but I sent him a link. She stated recently that Chris Rock allegedly doing one of the rumors, you know, one of the rumor escapades of they were getting divorced. Chris Rock went and called her. Now this is supposed to have been someone that was friends with Will and Jada, but definitely Will. He called her and asked her out on a date. So when I listened to that, it made a lot of sense. Although I don't agree with how Will responded, I can understand and humanize his response because, you know, you were my friend. And you didn't call me. You called my wife. And you didn't call her and, discuss the, what's going on, is it true, in a way to show, compassion, anything. You called to ask her out on a date. You couple that. I don't know. We don't know what happened behind the scenes. If, Will confronted him and he, we don't know what happened behind the scenes, but clearly there was a buildup, which we've already discussed, when this all happened, but clearly there was a buildup. Like, how dare you? Just imagine you're my friend and you go to my significant other, my spouse. You didn't go to be a shoulder for her to cry on, to, to something that would be beneficial and helping us both throughout this tough period. You called for your own personal gain to ask her out on a date.
Here's my question. How long ago was this?
She said it was after the initial, she didn't say when it happened, specific what year. She said it was during the time when there was one of the phases where there were rumors out that her and Will were getting a divorce.
This was probably during her entanglement years.
So we really don't, it doesn't, but the reality is it really doesn't matter when it happened. It just gives a little more clarity. It gives a little more clarity to why
Will slap the fuck out of his ass.
It really does, because it's like the audacity, because what it looks like, if this is true.
But let me ask you this. But this is the thing of rumors. But if, to Will's point in the Red Table Talk, if he's also clear that we separate and we do our own thing, did he have real rhyme or reason?
You're my friend. You're my friend. You're my friend.
Oh, hold on. So
him
they
and Chris Rock were friends. Yes.
Okay, because I thought I heard something during after the whole entanglement, not entanglement, but after the whole Oscar slap thing, there was a conversation around the word friend. I don't know if it was Chris Rock who said, I never really looked at them as friends. Or didn't somebody disagree with the term friend in the situation? It was Chris. I know somebody had disagreed with it.
Yeah. Well, but listen, but think about hold on, we're critical thinkers, right? Mm-hmm. Think about if it happened before the slap. Of course, the definition may have changed after he called her and asked her out on a date, and we don't know. I'm just speculating. Will confronted him, right? Of course, the friendship has now changed. You know what I mean? Like, do you think they remained friends after this man called this man's wife, his friend's wife, and asked her out on a date when he heard rumors? He didn't even have the decency, if it's true, to call Will to even confirm his friend. But you called his wife and you asked her out on a date.
I'm gonna be honest, Women's and Tea. I as much as I would like to entertain that thought, I can't. Because there is a lot of variables that I would ask. First of all, I need to know the who, what, when, and where. And I also would like to know from Jada, since you brought this up, Jada, if this actually happened, if this was actually true, this is my question to Jada then. Okay. Y'all came out here and said that y'all were in a quote unquote open relationship. So then my question is,
William, I didn't hear what you said. It went out.
I'm sorry. I said, okay, so this is my question to Jada and to Will. Well, Jada most. If y'all are in a quote unquote open relationship, whatever that means, my question to you, Mrs. Smith, is if this is what was true, then aren't you being a little hypocritical by bringing this up now? Because y'all were the ones that were saying that you guys were in an open relationship and that you wanted to bring other people into your marriage.
But that, William, okay, so let me debunk that real quick. And I don't know, I can't see because of the banners. I think somebody else is up here and I don't want to do, okay, no, it's just us.
It was intersex. She's coming back up in a minute.
Okay. I don't care what type of relationship I am in.
I do. No, because if you're gonna sit there and claim,
you have to let me finish. It doesn't matter what type of relationship me and my spouse, me and my boyfriend, my girlfriend, doesn't matter what type of relationship we're in. We don't know the rules that they've set for their relationship, their marriage. But that does not give a friend, whenever the timeline was, does not give a friend the right to cross the boundaries. I'm pretty sure that that's a violation. No one is going to tell me that they are comfortable with a friend, someone that they consider a friend, trying to talk to anyone that they're in a relationship with like you don't even want your exes, your friends trying to date your ex, let alone someone that you're in a relationship with. I don't care what the relationship is. That's a violation.
Okay. And then it's the wife. This ain't even like you going for your friend's pass around. This ain't your friend's ex of 20 years. This ain't like some friend with benefits that you making a pass at. We're talking about a woman who you thought was pending a divorce, not even a complete divorce. So yeah, that is an ass whipping. Now, I think we also too, we don't, because it seems to be confusion about whether they were friends or not friends. And I do understand, because even on YouTube, there have been people that have used that word when it come to me, and I've been like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, but you know, when people are in proximity to each other and they are acquaintances or whatever, sometimes the situation can mean more to you than it means to the other person, or vice versa. So other people may use friends when clearly for you, y'all just associates. You would never use the term friend to describe the entanglement. But yeah. I think we also have to. Okay, so let's just cut it. So let's compartmentalize this. If they were friends, then definitely there should have been a protocol. If they had an open relationship, Chris should have definitely consulted with Will for clarity about the nature of their relationship and what open means before he just jumped out of the window and allegedly made a pass at Jada. Now, I heard that the pass happened during the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Like, this was literally eons ago. Her and Will were not even together. Or maybe they were in the beginning of dating or something like that when Chris made the pass at her. I don't think this is something that happened recently.
No, I sent the link to you, Conscious. She literally said in the link that it was during one of the occasions where there were rumors speculating that her and Will were getting a divorce.
Okay, so I'm about to read it right now. This is from people.com. Jada Pinkett Smith hasn't spoken to Chris since the Oscars incident, but she hopes everyone involved can find peace. The actress, whose book Worthy is out October 17th, tells People in a candid new interview that no, I haven't talked to Chris since March 27th of 2022 when her husband Will Smith struck him on stage at the Oscars after taking issue with the joke about Jada. Do I have any desire to talk to Chris? Here's my desire. I just hope that all the misunderstanding around this can be cleaned up and that there can be peace, she adds. I talk about this in the book. I think there might be some misunderstanding between Chris and I as far as the 2016 Oscars. Hold on, y'all. I'm letting intersex up. Oscars, I think that he might have taken offense, which I meant no harm in offending. That wasn't my intention, but I do think there's a big misunderstanding there, says Jada 52. Back in 2016, when Will was overlooked for his concussion performance and the acting nominations recognized no actors of color, Jada was vocally in the support of the Oscars So White movement, calling for a boycott of the award show. Chris, who was hosting that year, made jokes about Jada in his monologue, and in his Netflix comedy special earlier this year, Chris claimed that Jada told him he should quit the hosting gig out of solidarity. Jada admits to not really recognizing the level of pressure Chris might have been under at the time. Quote, I probably should have called him and gone, hey, how are you? Are you okay? And just know that although I'm speaking about the Oscars, I do wish you the best, and I just want you to know that me taking the time to have called him and said that just to touch base, but his feelings might have been hurt, she says. But Jada adds, quote, all we could ever do is just look at our part and see where could I have done something that would have seemed as if whatever misunderstanding might have been created. What could I have done to avoid that misunderstanding? The one thing that I think about is that call. Jada says Chris 58 called her afterwards in 2016 and she thought they moved on. He apologized and I apologized to him as well, she says. So I actually thought that we were good, that the hatchet was buried between us and we hadn't talked since then until 2022 came. Directly after the slap, Jada says Chris came downstage to speak to her during a pause in the live broadcast where he was presenting an award. Quote, Chris came down to the end of the stage and tried to apologize to me. He said, quote, I didn't mean you any harm. I said, I can't talk about this now, Chris. This is some old shit. I thought this was about the Oscar 2016 and their stuff that they had before I even came into the picture in the late 80s. I've got to leave that to Will and Chris to talk about, but they got their stuff for sure. Was Jada, who lives with alopecia, offended by the joke at the center of the Oscars incident? Chris making a punchline about her shaved head. I mean, quote, that's what comedians do, says Jada. I would just have to say that I am not really here to make a judgment on how people decide to express themselves and express their art. I'll say that several times. I've had my feelings hurt for sure. I've had my feelings hurt a lot by Chris. But at the end of the day, too, being in the spotlight, it comes with the territory. Jada also reveals in her book that Chris once asked her out on a date, explaining more to people. She says, quote, I think every summer all the reports would come out that me and Will were getting a divorce. And this particular summer, Chris, he thought we were getting a divorce. So he called me and basically he was like, quote, I'd love to take you out. And I was like, what do you mean? He was like, well, aren't you and Will getting a divorce? I was like, no, Chris, those are just rumors. He was appalled and he profusely apologized. And that was that. A rep for Chris did not respond to people's requests for comment in the interview with Today on Wednesday. Jada revealed to Okay, so there's that.
So this is my question. Why are we still harping on this? This is that it's his friend, because if Jada didn't feel a way about it after all of that, why are you?
Because he's a human being. And if
no. I'm asking you personally.
Why me myself?
Yes,
I'm sorry.
Yes.
You asking me why am I harping on it?
Yeah, because here's my thing.
No, I was no. Someone asked a question and I was responding to them and letting them know why I believe the slap happened. They were feeling like if they were separated for 7 years, and as Conscious stated, prior, just because someone is separated doesn't mean that they're not still in. I know people that live separate, like they are married, that literally live in separate homes, myself personally, and they are still in a relationship. And it's just their own definition. Maybe they can't live together, whatever the case may be, but they are still in a relationship. They just live in separate homes. I actually know 2 couples that have successfully, one of them is my relative, and they've been married for 35 years. It works for them. They get together, do whatever they have to do. The family dynamics is wonderful, awesome. And they go home to separate houses. You know what I mean? That it works for them. So it's not me necessarily harping on anything, because I understand, like, I really, really understand their dynamics, the Smiths. Again, I don't agree with everything. I do have, criticism on both sides. But overall, I feel like what they're displaying to us is a very healthy relationship that we do need to see more of how to navigate and stay. Because, I mean, people love to always harping on the marriage vows, but we don't see too many examples of people really, really sticking to those vows. And when we do see them do that, we literally get in an uproar, because it says for better or for worse. But when somebody gets cheated on and it's public knowledge, then girl, I would leave him. I wouldn't stay with him, and et cetera, et cetera. But I thought the vows they took was for better or for worse. Like, so make it make sense.
And I'm also, I don't know, like, this is very interesting to me, because I also, like, there also is comedic banter between friends. I mean, me and Larry rag on each other all the time. Like, I mean, it's not outside of friends to, like, tease each other. That typically is a part of friendship and relationship in general. Like, couples tease each other and drag each other, in a funny way. I think, like, could it be that Chris, because he got, well, I don't know, Chris, it's too much. Yeah, I don't know. It's too much, because first of all, we can't even hold on, because it's a lot going on in this situation. First of all, it's like we can't even define whether all parties thought of each other as friends or not, for one. And because that's unclear, it makes it hard to judge everything that has happened in the situation, including this thing with Jada feeling like Chris hurt her feelings, but at the same time, she knows that being in the spotlight comes with it, and that he's being a comedian, and that, of course, comedians heckle the audience. So anybody's up for grabs, of course, especially anybody in the front seat. Obviously, Will was pressed in a way that Jada wasn't. He was the one that decided to take the fuck off. Him and Jada could have been on 2 different pages when it came to that. Will could have read Jada's expression wrong. To rumors and tea, we also don't know how much was shared with Will, because clearly if she's sharing this in an interview about Chris making a pass at her, then obviously this is something that she has shared with Will as well. This could have been just one more stick in his ass when it came to Chris, on top of the fact that he didn't support them when they were trying to rally for support of all Black creators and talents, including his Black ass self, when it came to the all white Oscars movement. So then you didn't have our back there. You done made a pass at my wife, and we in fact were fucking together. And now you up in my face, playing in my wife's face. I can look at her and see she's not laughing. I'm no longer laughing either. 3 times the charm, bitch. You about to get this work. And Will end up making an ass out of himself. Yes, intersex.
And we also forgetting that Chris was married as well.
Yikes.
Chris was also a married man. Him and his wife didn't get a divorce until last year.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? The messiness, right?
Yeah, this is some messy shit. Oh my God. What?
And they also were separated for years before their divorce.
Oh my. So Chris' ass was on his, and he was trying to find his August Alsina in Jada. He was on his search for an entanglement. This is messy. This is motherfucking messy.
And we're
Go ahead. Chris got married at least 2 years before they got married.
Wow.
Actually, hang on. Let me stop y'all right there. He was actually he got divorced in 2016. Not last year, 2016.
But Jada didn't clarify which summer this was, so it could have been a summer before 2016.
So that's my point. So I don't. So this is my main issue. What was the purpose in Jada bringing it up? Because then it's gonna throw into question, like, as Conscious just said,
I think that Jada has a naturally church messy spirit. and her ass be low-key setting niggas up for the okie doke. She knew what the hell she was doing by inserting that little piece of truth right up in there. She knew it. She knew what she was doing.
You know what? That's what happens when you're going off script. I believe that this is what we're seeing. Her have these real life how do you say, put your foot in your mouth type of thing. And it's like when it's out there because it's her truth, like she doesn't backpedal or what. That's what I actually think we're seeing in real time. Someone that's sitting down and just talking, and that all of us at one point or another have done it. You get into a conversation, you know what I mean, and you're not intending on saying something.
Word vomit.
Yeah, that's what it's called, word vomit, and then it just comes out or whatever. But I want I'm gonna mute myself because intersex. I know you've been waiting for a minute to speak.
Yeah, I'm gonna shut up now because
Chris also apparently he cheated too. I think I've heard him speak about cheating on his wife, etc. So I think
we're looking at two things.
I think that Chris might have also thought that Jada was with the shits too in her interim of her situation with Will, because he been with the shits.
So you know what I think, Conscious, and I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna let you speak in a sec. Okay. So that basically tells me that Chris and Will are two sides of the same motherfucking coin.
I can see that. I can see, but I think that the difference that we know of publicly, the difference between Chris and Will is that Will has shown some type of ethic code, like when it came to what he considered friendship. Now, I agree 100% with Conscious. Maybe Will thought that really considered Chris a friend. And, it's like 1, 2, 3, like 3 strikes. You're constant. Because what it feels like when she said that, I immediately was like, dang, now I have even more. Not that I excuse Will's behavior and contribution to whatever's going on, but I had more empathy for Will and for Jada. But I had more empathy for Will and his reaction towards, because it's like, you really don't like me. I've been thinking you my friend, and you really truly don't like me. Like, you really want, like, it just comes off as if there is some like secret animosity there when it comes to Chris. And we know people that are like that will sit in our face, kiki with us, joke with us, all of that type of stuff. And then, turn around and do things that you would never expect. And then you questioning yourself, you questioning this person, you questioning the whole situation. And it's like, compile that with your own personal battles and demons that you're going through. Because I do feel like one thing I've always felt about Will Smith is that he's on an ever evolving, like, life changing journey. He's always trying to better himself. And I think that, because he puts on such a, cookie cutter image, that we see him in one way, and that's really not his true authentic self. And he's constantly trying to work on becoming the person that he presents to, the masses. So you just compile all of that stuff, the eternal stuff, and then the salaciousness of what Chris was doing. Man, anyone, would, not anyone, but most people would have that type of reaction. But I just think that it's unfair. I really think it's unfair, the backlash that Jada gets for just simply speaking her truth. We all have the right, and we all do speak our truth. Like, why are we telling her to be quiet?
And I want to say this too about Jada. I want to say this too. I think in a non-messy narrative, I think that the reason why Jada might have shared that is because she was trying to demonstrate how much she's protected Chris, and to like emphasize the fact that you've kept coming for us for no reason. Like, we thought of you as a friend, I didn't put out that you made a pass at me. I held all that in. I was being supportive of us as Black talent when it came to me and my husband boycotting the Oscars, etc. You came for us then. Then, you know, you roasted me in the front row, like I've never put no dirt on your name. I ain't never talked about you. We never came for you, etc. So I think she might have added that information there to help, you know, set the premise that this has been a one-sided beef, like that this has been a disproportionate situation. And it may be that way because Chris never thought of them as friends. Like, just because we work in the same industry and we work in passing together, or maybe even share projects together, doesn't necessarily mean I consider you a friend. I mean, you just a peer. You are just a coworker at times, but friends, you know, like, and what the situation remind me of is this whole thing between Monique and D.L. Hughley when they were at odds over the whole who need to close, who need to open, and who name need to be on the ticket, and then this conversation around the word friends, and Monique feeling like, well, I thought D.L. was a friend. He done been in my home. I'd invited him over for the chicken noodle soup and mashed potatoes and sweet tea, and I'm thinking we friends, and you know, DL like I don't know about friends, but I mean, you know, we cool, but friends. So you know, that's why I was saying like the whole friendship thing is interesting, but intersex are getting here.
Okay. Yeah. I think I agree with everything y'all was saying. I did get in here late though. I'm so upset. But I feel like when anybody, not just Black people, when you have the time and you feel like you want to tell your truth, whatever it is, or tell a story or tell your story about your life, it's always going to make people uncomfortable who mistreated you. And you can either share your experience, but don't completely share the experience of how that person wronged you. You could tell them the situation and leave the negative part out of it, and somebody still is going to find a problem with it. Y'all took some of my talking points, but so just like a personal situation, like me wanting to come out as intersex, I finally had conversations with some of my one of my family members, and he basically said that, well, I don't see why anybody in the family would have a problem with it as long as you don't say nothing about the family. I'm like, what? I didn't even call you about that. But and then another thing is that when it comes to Will Smith and people thinking that he's not supporting her, he didn't make commercials supporting her book, multiple videos saying going by this woman's book. I feel like a lot of men insecurities of in their pride it's something about what they don't agree with. But at the end of the day, a marriage is between two people, and if they going through whatever they're going through and whatever they're sharing and whatever they're not sharing, I mean, that's their business. But since they sharing their business, I don't know. I got tongue tied. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
No, it's the situation. It's very black and white to me, but I can see the gray areas, right? I can see the gray areas of how people are like, because it's uncomfortable. And I stated that it's uncomfortable discussing the elephant in the room. People do not, it's a pathology that has been instilled in us. We know where the source, where it came from, the root of it, and all of that. And people just really struggle with breaking that curse. Like, they really struggle with changing the narrative and finding a healthier way. Like, regardless if we agree or disagree, how can we frown on people that are showing us how to have healthy dialogue? Like, because it ain't just been criticism about the marriage. It's been criticism about how they choose to support their children. It's been criticism about how what projects they choose to, like. I remember when it was this big backlash about the type of music that her children were creating. It was a big thing. Everybody was for Willow when it was, with my hair back and forth. They loved that. When she decided to channel something different and go into a different genre of music, they became weirdos, they became sellouts, this that, and the third. Like, it's like anytime people decide to be their authentic selves, it hurts us to accept it and learn from it, because we have not done, and I'm speaking in general, we have not done the work to free ourselves. How dare they have these liberties and these free? How dare they be this comfortable with themselves? We know it. We see it every day. Anyone that is true to themselves always gets negative pushback.
Yeah. Oh,
Because to me, this is bigger. But to me, this is so much bigger than their marriage, them as a couple. It is the example. And that's why I'm like really like low-key appalled. I'm not completely appalled because I understand the psyche of our people, but I am low-key appalled at just all of the backlash of us seeing people navigate in a healthy way. You know what I mean? That doesn't mean that we're not going to see, you know what I mean? It ain't going to be no trash as they're unpacking. You understand what I'm saying? We're going to see all the dirt and the nooks and crevices of everything. But people just really just are uncomfortable. That's all I can see. People are uncomfortable, and I think that is sad. We need more examples of ourselves, of melanated people that are being their authentic self. We say it all the time. We're not a monologue. So why do we keep trying to force people in a box that they don't fit in?
I want to go back to Conscious earlier point about the Consciouztv situation. My whole thing with that particular situation is, okay, I understand Jada being a messy bitch.
Oh,
I get that.
Oh, wow.
But this is my thing with the messy bitch, because I'm also a messy bitch too. The thing is, if I really wanted to be petty and bitchy and be like, oh yeah, this is why my husband slapped your ass, I wouldn't wait a whole fucking year to put this in a goddamn book and do people interview about it. I would have told them the motherfucking reason last year why the fuck she got slapped.
So I want to call you out on that. I want to call you on that because
whoa, hang on.
Nope, I got to call you out. Because
you how you calling me?
No, please. I got to call you out. I have to. I cannot let you move forward. I love you, William, but I can't let you move forward because you're being a hypocrite. Because you yourself, we was on this platform a few lives ago, and we were discussing the issues you had with your mom. I don't want to rehash all of that, but we were discussing the issues you had with your mom. You, for whatever reason, you told your mom what you experienced at your time, in your own time space. How you cannot stop someone when they can express their truths. It don't work that way. We cannot sit here and try to
okay, cool. Let me call you. Okay, cool. Let me correct you. I said if I wanted to be petty, if I wanted to be messy, I would have said that a year ago. Now, I said me personally. That don't mean you got to bring up some shit from a few lives ago. Okay, if I wanted to be petty, I would have. That's what I said.
Yeah, but I did bring it up because it serves a purpose, and it's not to offend you. I don't need you to go off the rattles. It's not to offend you, it's to prove a point that how people, because even you now, listen, we call people bitches. I do all the time, or whatever the case may be. But the way you just even expressed it as a hypothetical, that messy bitch, you like most of the masses have an issue with this woman and don't have an issue at all with
Hang on, wait a minute. Whoa. Time out, William T. Wait. Time out.
I am a fed up Black woman that I am really tired of people trying to mute us when we speak our truth. I'm over it. It's offensive to me. It seems like she takes all the heat and this man gets none. None whatsoever.
William T. Time out second. You said a lot of stuff in there, but I'm gonna unpack it. First of all, you said that you are a fed up black woman who is tired of black women getting out. No, baby. I understand because I'm a fed up, disabled, queer, melanated motherfucker myself. At the same time, I am not gonna be on one side or the other. It may sound like I am. I have also demonstrated in this live too that I understand the dynamic relationship, but I also understand that Will may have had some unresolved issues, and those issues are being worked.
William, do you see how you spoke about Jada and now how you're speaking about Will? It sounds so compassionate. It sounds so compassionate, but you have not once, since you spoke about this woman, show any of that. I'm putting my glasses on so I can literally see what you're saying, because it sounds like a hypocrite, and I just got to just tell you that it sounds very much
like okay. Let me say this then. Let me say this. Okay. The hypocrisy is in the fact that, yes, I was saying she was a messy bitch in passing, as in me joking. So you can take that what you will. I'm not responsible for your feelings. That's you. Number two, the hypocrisy is in this. I can speak my truth because I am healed enough to speak my truth. I am not saying that she's not healed enough to speak her truth. I am saying, though, my big issue when it comes to Jada is this. You consistently keep putting yourself out there with the red table talk. Hang on. You consistently keep putting yourself out there. You consistently keep name dropping people. You consistently keep stirring the pot. So, when you are inviting criticism, my thing is, if Will is, and you know what, Vic, that is a problem, because if this is an issue, and Will is the only person that I think he may have spoke up once about that Chris Rock incident, but he ain't said nothing else no more. His wife is. So this is my issue. I understand that you have a different viewpoint from me, but I'm not picking favorites here. My whole thing is this. As a black man, because I'm not a black woman, I'm a black man. With Jada, I am going to be a little bit tougher on her because
you just basically said what I said about you. You just said what I said about you.
Rumors and fucking tea.
William, you just said what I said to you.
No, what the fuck I said?
You just shut up. Wait a minute. I don't want to have a shouting match. Please, somebody else on.
But you keep okay. But you're gonna sit there and say that I'm a hypocrite when I just sit there and say
that's what makes you a hypocrite. Because you just openly admitted that you're a hypocrite. You just said you're going to be as a listen, William. Please hear me out. Oh my God, I know somebody else up here knows that what I'm saying. I do not want to do a yelling match with you. I'm not even trying to be combative. This is not that moment. I'm trying to literally have an intelligent, constructive thinking conversation. You literally just said everything I said, and you took me to Japan when we right here in the United States.
Can you at the very least come out of you're a goddamn hypocrite and actually listen?
No, because that's what makes you a hypocrite. You just acknowledge.
You at the very least
I cannot change it.
What the fuck?
I can tell you what the definition of a hypocrite is, and then you may want to ask me.
No, I know what the fuck the
apologize
definition of a hypocrite is.
Like, you may try to
you're just doing too much.
I'm not doing it. I'm showing you
yes, you
because
are.
it's not fair. It is not fair, William. That's like me telling you. I want to give you an example. I'm giving you examples. I'm not trying to throw shade. That's like me telling you that every time you come up on the platform and you expressing yourself, if it's something that you can identify with, and you let people know what your circumstances are. That's like me telling you, William, you're oversharing. You keep bringing it up. You keep bringing it up. How I can't tell you that. That is your life, your experiences. If you want to get up here and tell us a million times that you are disabled, that you are gay like
hang
men,
on,
you have the right to do that. Hang
on. Oh, wait a minute. Are you saying that I don't have the right to criticize who I'm criticizing?
No, you didn't hear what I just said. I said that's like me
I
telling you that
heard what you just said.
I cannot. You asking me a question
back
when
to
I already
your
made that
original
statement.
point. I'm going back to your original point. Your original point was yeah. So I am a hypocrite. So are you saying because I may have a little bit of understanding on Will's end, but not so much on Jada's end?
What understanding do you have this man support his wife? This is what everybody's outraged for Will, and Will's not even outraged. Everybody's outraged for this man, and he's not even outraged.
Okay,
Am I bugging out? Please tell me.
Because I have to agree. Like, where is the? I guess what I'm also asking is like, where is like, what is the context for defending Will as a victim? If to Rumors and T's point, he supports his wife, he participates in the Red Table Talk. He said in his book that this is her form of therapy. If he with the shits, then what is being done to him per se?
And he's also part of the promo.
Like, it's not. Does it not sound?
So where is the? I guess so. Like, where's the? What is the premise for the defense of Will as a victim in the situation?
First of all, I didn't say he was a victim. I said that I understand as a man, as an emotional creature, that I can understand it. But
you can understand what exactly?
I can understand. Okay. When Will kind of sort of went through his apologies phases, when he slapped the shit out of Chris Rock, right? And it took him 3 months to come up with an apology. At that moment, I was like, okay, this. I kind of don't understand why you're doing this 3 months later. But what is your point? But he has spoken on a numerous of different occasions that he himself have had different encounters with his emotional state, and that's what I'm responding to. I'm not responding directly to the fuck shit shenanigan that goes on with him and his wife. I'm responding directly to his emotional state as a man because I can relate better to that because he is an emotional person. However, with Jada, I can't get anything out of her. Like, I don't know
anything out of that.
Because she's a novelty. We don't embrace women, especially Black women, that are open. You know what I mean? No matter if it's good or bad, that are open and that present themselves in a real human way. We see it every day, but we don't want to, like, we see it, but we don't speak about it. We don't want to acknowledge it. Because again, it goes back to how dare you be free enough to be yourself. Flaws and all. Now, I just want to ask you, William, calmly. Let me, because my voice gets a little loud. I want to ask you calmly, William. Why do you? Because it sounds like to me, you could correct me if I'm wrong. It sounds like to me you hold Jada responsible for Will's emotional instability. when
No,
he's unstable.
no, no, no,
So
no,
why
no,
do
no,
you feel like
no,
you have to be
no,
harder? Okay, you said no. So why do you
no.
feel like you have to be harder on her than you are on Will?
Because okay, it goes back to what I just said. She's putting herself out there. Will is not the one that's saying all of this shit. He is. So I'm questioning whether or not
William.
could this be authentic. Now I am not saying yes, ma'am.
So you really think that this man and this woman who've been married and been together for almost 3 decades, that this man did not read her book before she released it? You don't think they
No,
talked about him and he
no,
you
no,
said no?
no,
So
no.
if I'm a man and I'm your husband, but we're separated, I never read your book, but I'm gonna be in a video promoting your book that I did not read?
It's like Jada is. It's like
I am okay. Okay. Here, let me see if I can. Let me see if I can explain this a little bit more calmly, because I'm not getting anywhere. Here's my thing. I feel like with Jada, now I empathize better with Black women because I've been raised around Black women. I know their plight. I am not saying that I'm just over here just shouting my shit off and da 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 da. Here's my thing. There were moments that I felt that Jada was not being honest with being her true and authentic self. Because of those moments that I felt that she was being dishonest about. Let me give you some examples. The whole entanglement with Alsina. So at that time, I felt like, okay, so it's okay for 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 you to go outside of your marriage and cheat with a younger man.
It wasn't cheated because he approved it.
Doesn't fucking matter. My
it does.
point is this. Hang on. My
It
point is
does
this.
matter.
It does.
My point is this. My point is this.
Want me to help you find it?
No,
Please.
because I'm not gonna stew this conversation in the world of biases. So here's my point. If Will can express himself and do whatever he wants to do and all that good shit, I don't agree with it. I personally don't understand why he did what he did to Jada. But here's my thing. If Will complete is in complete is in complete is in, if Will is in at the very least at peace with everything that has happened, but she is not. I cannot for the life of me understand where do we go in terms of how do we get from he did this, and now I'm separated and I'm mad and I'm upset. We've been separated for a long time, da 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 da. And all of this it's just so confusing to me because on one hand, I empathize with Jada. I do. But on the other hand, I'm trying to understand what's the point of all of it?
I need somebody to throw William a lifesaver. Because you're struggling. You jumped out deep into the waters and you're struggling. Listen, at the end of the day, we don't have to We don't have to, like, because we get tired of some celebrities that get overexposed. You know, you like whatever. But you know how you control that? If you're tired of seeing it, tired of hearing about it, you turn the channel. You switch to another live. You know what I'm saying? You put the paper down. Whatever the source of information is filtering through, you disengage because it's not fair.
So am I not allowed to have an opinion? Am I not allowed to
No,
criticize
no,
her for how
no,
I believe she
no.
shows up?
No, listen, it's not that you're criticizing her. See, this is the difference, and this is where the semantics come in. You're not criticizing the information she's sharing. You're criticizing her sharing, which most people are doing. They're not criticizing or debating the fact of her and Will, whether it's good or not for them to have an open marriage. Most people are just I'm tired of hearing about it. She talked too much. She telling too much of their business. It's not the criticism of the actions that we're receiving. It's people criticizing her for doing what we all do every day. Conscious said that, I don't know how, 2 hours ago, we're literally criticizing people for doing the exact same things we doing. And it's so weird to me when the fact that you specifically at this moment, you cannot really identify that. What difference is she doing? She's sharing information she's choosing to share. You share what information you choose to share. What, like, we can't control people sharing. Now, if I don't have a problem with people criticizing the specific points, like we're talking about why Will may have slapped her, this and the third, but to be like, she shouldn't be talking about to sharing a business. Why can't she share? You share what you choose to share about your life. Why can't she share what she chooses to share about hers? If this is therapy for her, are we to tell her she shouldn't share? Don't we want people to be healthy? I'm a little confused, and it's like,
so am I, because I'm.
Can I say something? I feel like, William, you're confused because Will cheating doesn't have a face to it. I think you're confused because Will, whatever was going on, nobody came out and the other side didn't come out and say anything about it.
So that's the other thing too. Nobody is actually talking about that. I've not read Will's book, so I'm not privy to his merits like that. And on top of that, guys, to be honest with you, I really don't know if this. To be honest with you, I don't care. Like, I do not care enough about Will and Jada's marriage to be that fucked up about. What I care about is, for me, is the oversharing. But again, and I'm going to say this repeatedly. I understand it. I may not necessarily agree with it.
So you understand that you don't agree with it, and you're more upset with Jada for doing what is natural and authentic for her healing process. Because we're big on healing process.
Yes, we are. I am. Here's
we're going to criticize someone because we do understand that there's no one blueprint to how a person heals. Everyone's healing journey looks completely different. But we're going to criticize her not because of what she's actually saying. We're criticizing the fact that this woman, I get it, because we don't want this Black woman to continue to heal. We don't want this Black woman to continue to be an example, because if, God forbid, if one Black woman can become an example. This is it. You know what's so weird? They did this. Listen, remember Michelle Obama wrote the book? Our forever first lady wrote the book. And in her book, she talked about how she didn't like her husband for 10 years. Do you remember how people were outraged?
And she talked about
listen, how people were outraged, but they quickly, the outrage lasted for about like 10.5 seconds. But God forbid, because it seems like, I don't know what it is about Jada, but it seems like people really have a strong dislike for this woman.
You know what it is, though? I think it's what it is with every woman. You can't do
But
what
no,
I
no, no,
do.
no, no. The outrage that she gets, and you're right, it happens with, and in general, it really does happen. That's why I say I'm really tired of people trying to mute black women. It's like it doesn't matter. Like they don't care if we out here. They don't want us to show a balanced representation of ourselves, and I feel like that's what Jada gives us. I'm gonna be very, very honest because, like I said, that outrage for Michelle Obama came and went so fast. You understand what I'm saying? Like it never happened. But this woman, it seems like on every angle, every twist and turn, she is literally the Wicked Witch of the West. They really have deemed this woman to be like low key, the the T word for people that commit acts of mass destruction. They literally made her out to be this villain. And all this woman is doing, and she ain't even, and as Conscious stated earlier, I haven't seen this woman yet use any of her platforms to discuss outrage about what the public's opinion are. I've never seen her do that, not one time. So I'm very clear that everything she's doing is intentional for her healing. Right? I believe there is a bit capitalism involved, but I ain't mad at her. It's her life. I would capitalize off of mine too if I could. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like it's very strategic. She knows, like, because if we finding out that if people are responding this way to the tidbits that we do get, right? Imagine if this woman, which we clearly have seen that she has her and her husband have both demonstrated to us that they have withheld a lot of stuff, and I feel like it's intentional. But imagine if they was to go on and put it all out there. Y'all would lose your minds. Y'all would lose your minds to answer to walk and get want to know why everything is a delay on why Jada shares this and why Jada shares that. It's because she know y'all can't handle it, so she giving y'all bits and pieces. But and he doing the same thing, but y'all really writing this woman back. Go ahead, Conscious.
Yeah, I stand by the fact that I love it. I feel like Jada.
Honestly, I don't give a damn.
Comes out
of
the black and brown. She comes out of the black and brown community. I feel like her motivation for doing this is because she is offering a bigger service to the community about openness, about transparency, even with her kids. People have criticized, her and Will's parenting style, specifically around the whole her allowing her kids to do shrooms and like these psychedelic things and, to explore their consciousness in this way and facilitating that in-house rather than going out into the world and doing this around people who don't really care about them and who ain't gonna take time to understand the ins and outs of this. And I mean, it was getting very progressive. So I understood why they were getting pushback, because the black community is not progressive. The black community is not largely progressive. The black community is very conservative, very in much so you the parent, their child, that's it, that's all, keep it all in your house, don't tell the ugly parts of the family business, your business, their business, his business, to the streets, etc. So it's like, once again, like I feel like the crux of a lot of the discomfort around Jada leading this like open dialogue and just like sharing without a care comes from the fact that she is obliterating those respectability politics. And that's really what the black community is largely reacting from, is these internalized respectability politics. Nobody is used to. I feel like if Will was doing this, I don't even know if he would get the same backlash. But to Rumors and T point, and like I said earlier, I think because she's a woman and she's not staying in her place and she's not having decorum, allegedly, and she's not personifying any of those respectability politics. She's not placating to it. People are just in an uproar. And I really don't feel like she's throwing her husband under the bus. I mean, they do this together. Obviously, they have conversations before they even hit the fan. Like, before we even get into this, obviously, there's communication between them both. They've never called each other out for doing something without the other permission. Like, he ain't never said, she keep doing this shit against my will and outside of my desire, and vice versa. He has the opportunity to come to the table to participate in anything that he feels needs perspective added to it, etc. So I don't know. I just don't see Will as the victim in this situation, and I don't necessarily think the thing she's sharing paints him as a bad. I don't feel like she's painting him as a bad guy. I just feel like they're just sharing, and some of it is good, some of it's bad. It's not. I don't see either one of them as a villain or as like I don't know. I'm just not having that experience. I'm not having that experience of any of this.
You know what it is too, Conscious? Jade, because Jada's really a hood girl. She's really a hood chick. And we were able to see, like look at Will's his aesthetic, he was a hood dude too from Philly, and back in the 80s, it was his hood persona was playful but still hood and ghetto, right? And he grew up and he evolved, and he never reverted back to that. We don't even identify him as a rapper. You understand what I'm saying? We don't even identify him as, what I'm saying, to be honest, we only see him as an actor. You know what I mean? Like, and he was able to glow up and to, cross over to the mainstream, right? Jada was able to do that too, but Jada also remains still a hood chick. She's like, how dare you be ghetto, right? And be evolved and be able to become a chameleon and go into any environment, any atmosphere. And you know what I'm saying? And then try to be the nerve to try to be an example to the rest of the hood girls, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I feel like is underlying. People may not really consciously know that is what they're doing when they give her pushback about being so open and evolved and accepting and embracing who she is, all of who she is, allowing this freedom with her the extension of her children, her mother, all of that. It's like, how dare you? We be outraged about women like Sukihana, right? We be so outraged, but then we see someone that comes from the hood, you know what I mean, and evolve in a way and still represent the hood, because she really does still represent the hood. It's like, how dare they? How dare she?
Okay.
Hey, can we talk about because I want to segue a little bit into the whole Tupac thing and this idea
I was hoping we would get to that.
And this whole idea that Jada cried on her wedding day and that meant that she didn't want. I don't know if there's any fact if she said that she didn't really want it. I think I did hear her say she didn't want to get married. I'm not sure that means she wasn't in love with her husband, because you can not want to get married. Like Kourtney Kardashian literally had a pledge to herself that she would never get married because she had survived divorce between her parents, and that really impacted her as a kid, and she didn't want that for her kids, and she didn't want that for herself. And it wasn't until her current situation with Travis that it really just changed everything. But she was the one that held out on marrying while Chloe and Kim were on they first, second, third, and fourth and doing whatever they doing. But so you cannot want to get married. That doesn't necessarily imply you're not in love with your partner. So I'm not sure what the actual context of the tears were, or if anybody has more intel on.
I do.
Okay. And then after we talk about that a little bit, I want us to talk about this whole idea of Tupac being the love of her life and her not really being in love with Will and all that. But give us the context for the tears.
Okay, I think maybe it was Willow Smith, because I don't think Jaden was in that conversation. Maybe he was, but Willow Smith was the one I think that admitted that Jada had expressed when they were young that not even expressed, flat out said that this is my ex or whatever, and kind of exposed them to the world of Tupac. And Willow even went on to say that,
and she wrote a Tupac a letter or something.
Yeah. And I think at one point, either Willow or Jada or Jaden, Jaden might have found it. So I don't know, but yeah, I do know that the kids have had a very, very open dialogue when it comes to Tupac. And at some point, Will felt a ways about that, because It was very much like, I'm their father. I'm their, you know what I mean? Like, I am the one that brought them into this world, and here you go. You know, exposing them to all of this. Yo, dead ex. Why? So,
wouldn't it be the same, William? Don't you agree that maybe now?
Before you ask him that, I want to read this letter super quick about Willow. Dear Tupac, I know you are alive someplace. Okay, so first of all, she's telling us, girl, that everybody in Hollywood knows that Tupac is alive. Okay, he dead to the general public. Okay, but everybody, you know, if you know, you know. Okay, so that's the first thing. Is alive somewhere. I think that my mommy really misses you. Can you please come back? Can you come back so mommy and me can be happy? I wish you were here. I really do. Love, Willow. God damn. First of all, can I say that has nobody considered why the fact that Jada is being vocal is because she bald-headed? I keep telling y'all that bald-headed black women are fearless. It's something about the spirit that's in a fade. It's something about it is a energy in them goddamn bald heads that just gives you the spirit animal of a damn feline, of a damn cat. Cats fighting damn crocodiles, hippopotamus, pterodactyls, T-Rexes. It's something about a woman without her hair that just has her ass out here in this world getting it, honey. So I'm not surprised that Jada, you know, she got to that damn table. Soon as that hair came off, baby, she was ready to get into all the things, honey. So might be something to that. But this is also a very deep sentiment from a child to a parent's ex. Now, this could also just be Willow's attempt to go for, at her young age, what she thought was an obvious remedy. That doesn't necessarily mean this was Jada's reality, more so than it was Willow attempting to just make it make sense to herself why her mommy wasn't happy and maybe what could happen to make that. But it's also odd because I've never heard of a child going to a ex. I've heard a child write the other parent to say, you know, could you spend more time with mommy? Could you be with us more? You know, but to go to the ex is like girl, what? Like this is some deep shit here. Like, why would Willow have such an impression of Tupac being the remedy and Tupac being where her mom's happiness is? That's very, very.
Let me answer that question for you real good, because I have seen this conversation play out, and I am very much like, what? This is my first time actually seeing this letter, by the way. I've heard it, I've heard Willow speak about it, but I've never actually seen it. God damn. I do think some sentiment of this is Jada, because where else could Willow have gotten this information from but Jada? I don't know so much if this was at this point that Jada was really missing Tupac after she allegedly found out that he was allegedly unalive. But it seems it's very, very odd to me that this child would write to the ex, not to. If y'all also remember, Jada did say that there was a point where she was just like, she didn't want nothing. She didn't want no marriage. She didn't want anything. She didn't even want Will. She just wanted to be left alone. So Will was very persistent about marrying her, right? So I'm wondering, and this is just me spitballing here. I'm wondering if because of that lively experience that she might have had with Tupac, I'm wondering if that because she and Tupac were both from the hood, and Tupac had a different outlook on life than Will does, I'm wondering if the reason why she's showing up how she's showing up today is because of the arrangement, the marriage, but also because she might have just really missed the ex. I know it's some time ago, but that's what I'm wondering.
Well,
Because these
Shit, my keyboard dead. Damn it.
was it? Yeah.
I think
I don't. Huh?
I think the letter was written when she was younger. I
yeah,
believe somebody
yeah,
had asked about
yeah,
when the letter was
yeah.
written, and you can see, and you could tell from the handwriting, look like elementary,
The
like
child.
maybe she was that she was a young
Yeah.
girl when she wrote this.
I believe that y'all remember when Will and Jada went on Oprah, their whole family, and they took his ex-wife.
Mhm.
I believe that the dynamics of their marriage and being open and accepting, and the whole Bonus mom and his ex-wife Sheree is always at most of the family events and things of that nature. She's been embraced as part of the family, which she is through extension of the son. I think that with the kids seeing that dynamic, I believe that there more than likely probably were some discussions that the children were privy to about Tupac between Jada and Will. Maybe arguments, maybe just deep discussions, and the kids overheard or whatever. I can understand why Willow would write such a letter especially seeing the dynamics of the ex-wife's proximity within the family, and how she was always
Mm.
and seeing like everything, everybody getting along, everybody, the moms are like sister wives, basically, and all of that dynamics. I
Mhm.
understand why she would write this letter, especially if her parents were going through some things, and she's heard about her mom's love and the deep affection she held for this man. I can understand, because even her, in the way, like you were saying, conscious, like he was deceased or whatever, but the whole thought of like him still being alive, and all of that's like, clearly I can see a child's imagination and wanting their mom to be happy, right? And thinking this is the solution, even though they don't have children together, because there is a purpose and a need for Sheree to be a part of the family, because of their oldest son. But I'm saying, as a child, she probably didn't make that correlation. You know what I mean? Like, this is the reason why this woman, clearly they know that this is his ex-wife and their brother's mom, but maybe they, what I mean, being so young at that time, did not really understand fully why she was a lot, around and a part of things. You understand what I'm saying?
Mhm.
That's the only logic that I can see for her feeling like, I'm gonna write my mom's ex a letter so
I
to be happy.
Yeah.
I I would agree somewhat. I definitely think that she may Jada may have had a hand in discussing this with Willow. I'm not saying that to be true or not, but I do agree with you to a certain extent. I'm just saying that I think that perhaps maybe Willow may have overheard Jada talk extensively about Tupac and about how she was missing him or whatever. But I definitely
Considering that
think
Jada Pinkett Smith allowed her kids to do psychedelics and she taught her daughter how to masturbate, she probably spoke directly to Willow about her feelings.
Well,
yeah,
I
Or her
know,
age.
yeah,
I
yeah. That's
I want
exactly
to,
what I'm
I would like
thinking.
to know what age is that. I know we don't know, but I would really do like to know.
It says in the actual article, she was 11 years old. when she
So
wrote this.
I don't think that I mean, even though we do know that they allow their kids to do, you know, things that most parents wouldn't, I don't think that at 11 years old, like now,
Oh, with
I
the
do
drugs,
believe
you're
that
saying?
I don't believe that initially she just went out and just started talking to her daughter about, you know, her love.
No. Like,
Well, I think
What
it
I
may.
do, but what I do believe is that the elephant in the room was discussed. And you
Well,
understand what I mean?
it could have been at formative years. At 11, the way that puberty is set up, Willow might have been having a crush on somebody. She might have started having feelings for boys around the 11-year-old phase. Maybe Jada started sharing, you know, her own experience of love and all of that, maybe as a context to help Willow to understand her own feelings around dating and all of that. I don't know, you know.
No, you
but
know, that's
then,
a good thought too. I just don't think that
yeah,
I just don't think that this woman, I could be wrong, but I don't think that this woman sat back intentionally, like just lusting over her ex, you know, to her child, because that's how it always comes out. That's most people's thought patterns. When you know, you can tell in how the verbiage they use when they're outraged about it. Like, no, it is healthy to talk to your children about your first love and things of that nature. You know what I mean? That I don't think
yeah.
that like that's healthy to me. I don't think that you should do, you know what I mean, like literally sit there and just make it like, you know, something that will make your child feel like, dang, do you even want to be with my daddy anymore type of thing? But
So, so, hang on a minute. Let me say this. That's the feeling that I'm getting from this letter is that there was that plea that's there.
no, I
So
know you
it
are.
must
Because
have
most
gotten that, like it must have gotten real. It must have gotten real for Willow to make this plea because I'm like, ooh, jeez, not please, can you come back? Lord have mercy. Um, so I agree with you. I don't think that she intentionally did this. I think it may have been maybe out of frustration as time went on, as Will and her were arguing, and maybe Willow have overheard it and saw that her mom was depressed or upset, and probably because if y'all remember, going back to what I said about Jada earlier, Jada has mentioned before on the Red Table Talk that for a minute she was depressed. You know, she didn't want to do anything. She had a mental breakdown, and maybe Willow was seeing all of that, seeing the argument, seeing her mom so depressed and down, and talking not even necessarily to the child, but maybe just talking out loud. You know, I do that too. But I definitely, I could definitely see why this would happen. But it kind of brings into focus for me, I think, what Conchi said earlier about Jada being kind of a hood girl. It does bring that into perspective because it makes me think, well, after all this time, is there still love? You can like someone, but are you truly in love with
no, you can
you
love
know?
someone and not like them anymore. I think once you love a
Well,
person, it's hard to not love them anymore. You may not like them, and most people don't know how to differentiate the two or whatever. But once
well,
you love someone, you never stop loving them.
oh, of course, of course, of course, of course. But you get what I'm saying? Is she like I'm saying like is she out of love with Will? Because I mean, you can love someone and still be out of love
I
with
think
them.
that's what they're trying to figure out. I think that's what this 7-year living separately entanglements. I think that's what is the point of all. I think that's what they're trying to figure out is where is this love? What love is standing between us? Was there a romantic love that eventually fizzled out? Can it be refizzled? Is it still potential for that love? Is that love over? If it is over, is there any point to staying married? Like I think that's exactly that question is the question that they are grappling over.
Because here is, from my personal experience and just from listening to former married couples and hearing their stories, and just more recently hearing more recent years, there have been situations where they just grew apart and they loved each other dearly, but they just fell out of love. And I actually brought that to one of my friends who just happens to be a Christian. And the reason why I say that is because when I asked him this, he said, "Well, there's a way to work on a marriage. I mean, da 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 da." I said, "Well, if they are out of love with one another, there is no way to remedy that. Like, you can't force someone to be back in love with you just because you're a Christian." And I think that is the very essential question. And I'm wondering if this is if they are out of love. Because 7 years of separation after the entanglement, and I'm pretty
if
sure
they live in separate households and she done had entanglements and he done been in multiple situations and all that, clearly they definitely are questioning what type of love is it that they're in.
Yeah.
I mean, that's obvious. I mean, like, that's what, obviously, like, that would be the only question that could be at the root of why it's been 7 years. I also want to transition over a little bit to this masturbation thing, because they had a Red Table Talk session where they got into masturbation and self-pleasure and all of this. And Jada had opened up, had asked Willow what was her introduction to sex, and Willow said it was actually walking in on you fucking the shit out of my daddy. And that was her that was actually her first introduction to sex. And then Jada shared that she was taught self-pleasure by her grandmother at 9 years old.
Oh, wow.
And then the grandma, which is Jada's mother, Willow's grandmama, said, you know, she was a bit more conservative with her sexuality, but she applauded her mother for being so open with Jada, who would have been her granddaughter, you know, about sexuality and all of that. So when we're talking about a very progressive family, I see why the Black community is annoyed, because there's nothing about the way that Jada and Will shows up and the way they do things that is conventional to the conservative respectability politics that Black folk placate to. But I would be lying if I said that I don't know about teaching a 9-year-old about masturbation was appropriate if that is what was being stated. But I think whenever, like, being able to have conversations, especially around like that puberty age about sex, I think it's important. I think we shouldn't shy away from that. We've talked about on this platform that young people have a sexuality. That's a nature thing. That doesn't have anything to do with ethics or morals. Puberty happens, hormones change. This is a biochemical response. So young people are at bay to their hormones. They don't create their hormones. They don't determine their hormones. The hormones are hormoning. This is the science of the physical body. So we should not attach ethics and morals to that, and should realize that it's important to provide young people information, especially once their body starts to produce feelings, emotions, desires, and impulses, because lacking that information can cause young people to make very poor decisions as they experience their bodies, which may be moving way ahead of the curve for the parents. But once again, parenting and ethics and all of that don't determine reality. Facts are the facts. Science are the science. So I like the fact that I believe in dialogue. And once again, I personally was raised in an open household. I wasn't raised in an open family. My family is largely Christian, conservative, etc. Sweep everything under the rug. Don't really deal with nothing that's real. All of that good shit. But my parents were a bit more progressive themselves. They always reminded me and my young brother my younger brother that, you know, we could ask them anything. We can ask them anything about themselves, ask us anything about anything, you know, that they didn't want us to be afraid or apprehensive or feel like, you know, they were beyond reproach, etc. And but my parents, for the most part, did really well with providing a age appropriate feedback to any questions that me and my brother had for our parents. And I do feel like that's the role of parenting. Also, I think it's weird that masturbation is very stigmatized, because you would think that actually would be the lesser of the two evils for most parents. Like, rather than, you know, rather than avoid the conversation because you imagine that the conversation around sex only entails sex with someone else, and actually forsakes self-exploration and the safety of self-pleasure, and how that can be a middle space for young people who are coming into knowledge of self. They're coming into their orientation. They're coming into knowledge of their hormones, to start there with self-exploration, to start there with self-pleasure. And of course, I'm speaking in a very general way. I know that that conversation has to be very nuanced as well, and that should require some guidance, so that things, you know, happen appropriately, and, you know, that there's like structure provided to that. But why the fuck is masturbation? I mean, I know masturbation is stigmatized for the same reason sex is, as a young person, because we just don't want young people having sex. They will, they desire to, despite us not wanting them to. But it is interesting that also in the Black community, we don't talk a lot about self-pleasure, and we don't talk a lot about that as a alternative when it comes to talking to young teenage people about sex, and that it doesn't always have to include someone else. It doesn't have to include another human being, and the importance of understanding your own body, etc. But what do y'all think about that?
I want you to stay out my household. I tell you that. Like yesterday to the day, I told you a prophet, and
I want you to mind your business. Conference is what I want you to do, because you got all up in my feelings talking about all that shit about conservatism. Bitch, you got another thing coming. That's exactly what happened.
Y'all know we get
all up in my damn business, child. Anywho, no, here's the thing.
Hold on, let me say this, William, because
okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Like this is exactly what I'm dealing with right now with my 14-year-old. I think it was last year sometime I was sharing how he had become like introverted towards me, distancing himself. He was like, he just was changing. Well, I just discovered that my 14-year-old is sexually active, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm I'm such a realistic person, right? Like I'm trying so hard to find the way to properly give him the guidance without making him feel like I'm saying I agree with you going out here doing this. So I literally just had this conversation, not this past weekend, the following weekend. My oldest brother came and helped me navigate through the conversation, and telling him, I understand once your hormones start raging, it is really unfair for us as human beings, especially like parents, mainly adults, to feel like because they are children that they're supposed to completely ignore their hormones. They cannot do that. We
Or to
cannot
make them feel ashamed for something
about
that
right.
is a biological incentive.
And so my brother, before he and I sat down with my son, my brother said, hey, would you consider talking to him about allowing himself to relieve himself? So I said, masturbation? He said, yeah. He said, sis, he has to get it out of his system. And he said, it may not be something that you want to do, give him the okay, because you're probably everything you say is what my brother said. You're probably thinking that's going to, make him want to rush outside and, what I'm saying, spread some legs, right? So I started laughing. I said, no, because the reality, he's probably already doing this. This is how we found out, like, more in detail what was happening. So he's probably already, doing this. And so I actually gave my son permission. I told him the only thing I want him to do is to learn to have respect for himself. You want to do that, there's a whole shower. There's a bathroom. Do it behind closed doors. You have a brother. I don't want to walk into a room. Like, there's a right way and a wrong way to do everything. And I basically told him to relieve himself. Like, there's a whole bathroom. If you're going to be in your bedroom, lock your door. There's responsibilities when, when you want to get into things of that nature. And I told him, I encourage he actually masturbates instead of going out here and having, you're 14 years old, that you can contract STDs, STIs, or you can impregnate someone. You're 14 years old. I'm going to assume that whomever you're doing something with, they're probably a minor too. There are consequences. Their parent may not approve. There's so many things that can go wrong. So to prevent all of that, just go relieve yourself. Go in the bathroom. You're more than willing. And my son was legitimately, I could tell he felt uncomfortable and awkward, because although I'm very transparent with my children, he has shied away from having these type of conversations with me. And so I feel like I left that conversation, and even right now, speaking of, I feel very good about allowing my child the option, giving him the option that is more positive, that has less consequences, and really no consequences whatsoever. To, to just go and do that, instead of putting himself in positions that I don't feel he's mature enough. Definitely he's not old enough. You don't have the financial wits, means, or any, like, you're not ready for that. So this is the alternative, and you're willing, what I'm saying, you're more than welcome. And so it's important.
I like, as a person who also has like a spiritual worldview, I also teach like my little cousins and what will eventually be my nieces and nephews, when they get to the appropriate age. Like I also teach like young teen people that your sexual energy is also creative energy. So even though your body will translate that energy as sexual, you can also ventilate that energy constructively through being artistic and being creative. Something that I have been doing all year. I haven't been sexually active all year long. In 2023, I haven't had one sexual experience. What I have been doing is redirecting and restreaming that energy to my creative endeavors, which has allowed me to accomplish leaps and bounds in areas of my life, like my brand and being and my platform, and being a pop culture critic and commentator, etc. And I noticed that when I redirect that energy to like self-pleasure, to self-care, like I can turn that into working out. I can turn that into just getting busy with my businesses, etc. That I actually can also relieve that energy, or subdue that energy that way too. So I always encourage young people too, that there's lots of ways to think about your sexual energy, that while your body may translate it as purely sexual, that you also have a mind, and you also get to understand that energy in various ways, and you get to ventilate that energy in all type of other ways, and that there's other ways to also relieve that energy aside from masturbation. That energy is also sexual too. And I also think that, like, I wish my parents would have talked to me and my brother about masturbation. As we all know, there are which is why everything has to be like this. And see, this, it all goes, and this is why I believe in conscious parenting, because what you're also taught is going to largely be based upon how much your parents know as well. The less they know, the less information you're going to have. The more they know, the broader your palette is, you know, for situations in life, etc. But I wish that my parents would have taught, you know, would have taught me and my brother about, you know, sexuality in that way, about masturbation in that way. We had to discover those things on our own. Like I discovered, you know, like I just got a hold of porn when I was a teenage boy. And that was how I learned really about sex and its ins and its outs, etc. We also know through data that there's damage that can be done if you abuse pornography and all of that and all of this. And so there, like all of that there, you know, should, you know, is to be shared with young people that you are a sexual being. That's not your fault. God made you a sexual being. You are a biological being as well as a spiritual being. So you have a biological function in reality, and you have a spiritual functional. I mean, a spiritual function in reality. This is how you can employ sexual energy. This is how you can ventilate sexual energy through masturbation, through a loving relationship to another human being, etc. This is how your anatomy works. This is, you know, like to provide information about the body, about pleasure, about orgasms. Like, I think this is actually, like, it's in our best interest to normalize the birds and the bees conversation and to not shy away from these conversations with our young people, because when we don't, our young people, they do have to learn through the streets what's all going on. They have to learn through inappropriate means what's going on. So Rumors in Tea being able to have that conversation with her son and being able to greenlight him and not make him feel ashamed about stuff that he's not even in control of feeling to begin with, and letting him know that you don't have to have no shame about that. And if you need to relieve yourself, this is the way you can do that alternatively without involving another person and getting caught up in pregnancy, not getting caught up in teen pregnancy, not getting caught up in STIs, STDs, not having to deal with somebody else's parents being angry at finding out, you know, all of this and all of that, etc. I think that is so freaking dope. And that does need to be the future of, like, us as a Black folk moving toward really transcending the bullshit of it all and really being information focused and information emphasized. And once again, not placating to idealism and romanticism. Well, they young, they shouldn't be. Okay, but you can say what the fuck people shouldn't be feeling all the fuck you want to. A bird is going to be a bird. I don't give a fuck if you feel like it shouldn't fly. It's going to fly. I don't give a fuck if you feel like worms are nasty. Birds eat worms. They eat whatever. Like, you know, like, we have to be, yes.
Let me say that it was not, I want to make it clear, like, I really don't care about other people's opinions when it comes to kids that I gotta stay, because for me, I looked at the overall picture. In an ideal world, of course I wouldn't want my foot. Like, I went through the whole, no, he's not, like, it wasn't denial. It was just like a whole, like, I was just left in disbelief because, you know, I put what I believe to be all the preventative measures, keeping them busy. You know, my kids are predominantly with me outside of going to school and like activities, and things of that nature. And I'm like, no, you know, and then reality set in. I was a 14-year-old, although I was a late bloomer. I didn't lose my virginity as a teenager or anything. However, I had family and friends that I interacted with that did. And I know how when pushback was given, like, it resulted in rebellion, that resulted in pregnancies and all type of drama that, you know, ensue. And me, myself personally, if I can avoid, you know, as much chaos in the situation, much drama. And it may not never, because I've allowed him to have this, it wasn't comfortable. I'm 100%. You understand what I'm saying? But it's just, it was like the lesser of the two evils. And that's how I had to view, even though I don't villainize or demonize sexuality at all on any level. But for a 14-year-old, for me, I viewed it as the lesser of two evils. I just don't want my child out here just doing any and everything without guidance.
Absolutely.
You know, and it's my job, no matter how comfortable I am personally, it is my job to give them the best, both of them, the best options. It's not just one way. Now, this may, you know, it may help and it may not. You know what I mean? Because this is what children do. We all have been children. Let's not kid ourselves. So
No pun intended.
yeah, like we have to be realistic about what's going on, and that it always goes back to the elephant in the room, the uncomfortable. Like it's not going to be comfortable transitioning and reprogramming yourself to things that we know has not benefited our children. You know what I mean? Like it is contributing factors to why our children become the adults and human beings that they are. So we have to deprogram ourselves. We have to find a better way, and what works for one may not work for the other. But that's why, you know, we have this great ability called evolution that we should always embrace, because there's more than one way to skin a cat.
Absolutely. Now,
So,
I want to go. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna jump in here. So, my family was both closed-minded to both masturbation, sex, and all of that other stuff, and as well as closed to homosexuality and all that other stuff. Okay, cool. We got that. I was exposed early, and I'm talking 6 or 7 years of age to sexual stuff. The homoerotic stuff didn't come until I was already in my mid preteen. So I didn't discover masturbation until I was 16. And nobody actually taught me about sex education in the form that it's okay to pleasure yourself. It's okay to do all of those things. Now, mind you, my dick have never been in nobody's ass except for my ex. But outside of that, I've never wanted to fuck another man, even if I wanted, even if I thought I wanted to. I've never actually done it. So sex education is very, very important for the younger generation, because it's something they need to know, and for the parents to be restricting their kids in terms of their sexuality, in terms of their exploration, in terms of telling them, oh, you can't do this, you can't do that, dot. Well, they're gonna grow up with a different walk of life. And this is why so many of them are in jail or are in prison or whatever, because we have not giving them the proper training. And it goes back to in T point, which is our parents didn't even know what sex education was, let alone their parents' parents. You know, so it's a generational practice that we have to stop. Now, with the Smith family, I will say I do agree that 9 years of age for Willow was a little bit too early. But hey, do what you got to do to make sure that your child is aware of what's happening and is aware of the consequences of what could happen if they go down this route with another person. And I think it's important that we don't shut them out. And, you know, I have 3 nieces of my own, and they're like my babies. And, you know, I do what I can to make sure that they are protected from all of that. And, you know, their moms I would say, have done a wonderful job of teaching them to have better control of their body, and let them know, especially when it comes to boys. There are other ways to get off. You don't necessarily have to have a boyfriend. I know that those are the hormones and those are what's happening, and that can translate into something sexual later on. But, you know, you want to, so you don't have to go through all of that. Let's start with the stuff. Let's start with actually the masturbation part of it, the birds and the bees. You know, let's have that conversation. And so that's the one thing I will say that my sister did a really, really good job of in terms of raising her daughters, and myself as the only male uncle helping them to understand what a man thinks in terms of what they will see in the girls and how to avoid that. Am I making sense?
Yeah, it's a great job, and we got and she did an excellent job, and that's how it's supposed to be. So we got 13 minutes to get into this last segment, but before we do, Intersex, anything that you want to add to the masturbation conversation? Because I want to round it back to this whole Tupac thing, and if Jada should have married old boy if she wasn't really in love with old boy, and da 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 da. But do you want to speak to the masturbation thing before we get there?
All I want to say to that is she said that she taught her. She didn't say that she taught her physically. It could have been taught verbally, however she taught her. And I was going to say something about the Tupac thing.
Yes.
Tupac nor Jada never admitted that they were in a relationship. Honestly, it's a high possibility that Tupac could have been her gay best friend. But
oh wow, that's wow.
Could have been her gay
one I've never heard of before.
Do
tell me more.
You said that it's highly possible they could have been best friends.
Her gay best friend.
Oh,
that's exactly what I said. Oh, wow. What made you say that?
All I have to say to that is that he could have been her bisexual gay friend, gay best friend, or DL best friend, because let's not forget that August came out. Let's not forget Will Smith has bisexual rumors. Let's also not forget that Jada also is bisexual. So, and I'm just saying that because also the school that they went to, Tupac did.
And it's been rumors about Pac playing with the boys.
And I also want to say if they were in a sexual relationship or were together one time or however it was, that's even more deeper loss for her, because not only he was her friend, he was her best friend, and then we had sexual experience or maybe have been in a relationship together. That's all I wanted to say, that he could have been her gay best friend who did not come out or was not comfortable with his sexuality.
Wow. That is definitely that was definitely a
jaw
that was a jaw, yeah, like that was a teaspoon right there. Wow. Wow. Very, very, that's a very interesting that's a very interesting take there on it. Interesting. Okay. Look. Look. Mm-hmm.
So that also means that she attract guys who are open-minded, and they know that she's open-minded, and also they know that their secret is safe with her. So if they were in a sexual relationship or not, I think it would even hurt her even more that she lost her best friend who she didn't have sexual relations with. But again, they both did not admit that they were in a relationship, and what man wouldn't?
You're right. That's just yeah. I might have nothing to say to that. That's I'm a chew on that.
I want to say real quick, we do know that Pac had a type as far as females when it aesthetically, because he was dating Lisa Left Eye Lopez. You know what I mean? And her and Jada have similarities, a lot of similarities to be exact.
Yeah.
Now that is very interesting. I'm wondering though, now that you said that, in a sec, how does Will fit into the picture then?
Oh, because like I said, I'm not even going to say that he was just, you know, downright just gay. He could have been bisexual, and so could have Will.
I'm gonna have to chew on that as well. That's very interesting. I've actually never thought about that. I've heard the rumors, but I've kind of dismissed them. But I've never really thought about it like that.
Obviously, if they did were in relation, she has a type of, and her type is a guy who's accepting of his feminine side or whatever that means. Is accepting and open-minded about other things because, you know,
it's interesting that all the men that she been linked to has been surrounded with bisexual rumors. Will, Tupac, August. It's giving pattern for sure.
So,
and I wanted to speak on one more thing, even though the person isn't in a comment anymore. When people say, what does she have to heal from? Well, you have to buy the book to know that. You have to purchase the book. You can't get pieces of the book and think that you're going to find out what Jada it has to heal from. Let's not forget her mother is a recovery addict. Like, her mother was on drugs. She lived in Baltimore City, so she could have a hard life when she was young. And also, Tupac used to get bullied in school for how he dressed, what he wore. His mother couldn't afford for the nice clothing, and Jada was one of the friends who accepted him for who he was.
That makes total sense.
I mean, he did go to the school for the arts. I mean, he's a Tupac is a very he's a very multi-layered man, honey. You know, I ain't surprised by nothing.
I tell you one thing, that big nose on his face, oh, that's one sexy man. R.I.P.
I get a big no. I can't. Goodbye.
I don't even understand people's outrage for her still mourning this man when some of them are still mourning him. Some of them still feel like the man is still alive. It's weird how
and they don't even know him.
Like, yeah, it's weird that people want to, like, you know, criticize her, you know, her grief about this man. And baby, it's just, I'm telling you, it seems like they be on the front for Jada. Like, I don't understand why it's so much dislike for this woman, and it comes off. It's nothing. Everything she does gets negatively criticized. It's weird as hell, and she ain't doing nothing no different than the rest of us do.
Yeah, and you would think that people would appreciate the fact that she's with a man who is allowing her humanity. Yeah, like allowing her actual humanity. Like people don't even realize that a lot of those reactions are very patriarchal. It comes from that idea that, girl, you belong to this man. You need to cancel all men in yourself. You should never speak of another man. You should never show honor to another man. You should never give any honorarium to another man, etc. And it's just like, so in this whole women's equality movement empowerment thing, actually shouldn't we be applauding Will for, first of all, being secure enough in his masculinity to not be bothered by the fact that his wife like has love for somebody that she actually loved, who's not here, who was murdered in a vicious ass way at that, who she never got a chance to have a real goodbye to. Nobody did in his life. And you would rather him be insensitive to that and for her to pretend like she don't give a fuck. Yeah, that don't make no sense.
But it's okay. It's okay for us to sit back and applaud the toxicity of, you know what I mean, like a man, like I don't know, they just want to see a family. I'm convinced they just want to sit back and want to see our families continue to be destroyed. You know what I mean, and just want to keep the cycle going. It's no other explanation, conscious panel. It's really no other explanation. Like we should be applauding. We should be really like, because she's winning. She's literally breaking all the stereotypical of images of ourselves.
Her
Right?
and
All
Will, really.
right? You're right, both of them. But I'm saying nobody's giving him that backlash. You know, they make a couple of jokes here and there, but she's literally being crucified because her husband is choosing to stay married to her and allowing her, because it ain't just one-sided though. It works both ways. Nobody's criticizing. It's so weird. You don't hear any pushback and feedback about her allowing him, because like you said, there's no face to put to the name, or we don't even have the names. We just know that there have been infidelity, but he said infidelities, right? We know that there have been other women for him and possibly other men. There's been no pushback on her being acceptance of this man's lifestyle, but it's a whole bunch of pushback on him accepting her lifestyle.
Yeah,
not just accepting his lifestyle, keeping his.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Innocence. I'm sorry.
Not just accepting his lifestyle, keeping his secrets. Because again, not one woman said I've been with Will Smith.
Yeah, and not one man either.
So can I ask this question then? Because this is something that I've been just pondering about. And I'm gonna shut up. Okay. So if she is good at keeping his secret, do y'all think, because this has been said of other high-profile marriages like the Bill and the Hillary Clinton marriage, where there is a contractual marriage going on, but there is not so much. They may love each other, but they're not in love with each other. So could that play a part? Could this marriage just be strictly about business only? Could there be a prenup that says that Jada gets half of what Will owns if she ever were to divorce him?
But even still, that shows her love and loyalty to him, because she haven't asked for a divorce.
Well, that's true, but you get the question by question, right? Because my thing is, and I'm not vilifying her like I was earlier. I think I've calmed down now, so I think I can understand the different parts of Jada now that we're having the conversation about Tupac and the possibility that there may be some bisexuality going on there. And I'm sorry, Rumors and Tea, if I got all bent out of shape, child. I was just in my feelings.
You good, William? You good?
So yeah, I want to pose this question: could this be a contractual marriage?
I mean, but I think that anytime the term marriage is used, it is contractual. I mean, a marriage is the contractual.
Wait, hang on. Not in terms of how we think it. I'm saying in terms of as a business model.
I think that number one, Will's ex-wife had to tell him out her mouth that she did not love him anymore to get the divorce. He was not. He did not want to divorce her. So until Jada come out her mouth and say, "I just don't love you no more," I think the papers will be signed.
I mean, but I'm not asking about the divorce. I think that's a separate question.
Oh, okay. What was the question again? I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. The question was in terms of, because the way I see their marriage is like the Bill and Hillary Clinton marriage. They're married. They've been married this long. Hillary has not asked for the divorce after all of the shenanigans that he done put her through, but they're still together despite all of Bill's shenanigans. And the same way, I think that marriage is built off of a business contract where he said, well, baby, or if you go out this way, I'll put us in political office and we make all the money and whatever. If you let me continue to do my shit.
I honestly don't even think it's no point in them. I don't even think it's no point in them not being married. I mean, it's just like, I think that the both of them feel like, child, at our age, it's not like we really gonna remarry someone else and redo all this over again to begin with. We already done built our legacy together. We already have our children. We already have each other's names. We already have all of this shit in place. So yeah, let's definitely keep it on paperwork, and whatever we need to do personally, whether that's go our separate ways or whatever, like, we can do all that. I think that it's cheaper for them both to keep each other, and I think that divorcing will cause too much. It has the potential to cause too much drama at this age and stage in the game. It has it's too much potential for shit to go wrong, to go bad, because we all know how nasty things can get when it comes to divorce and trying to establish who should get what and who is entitled to what, and trying to divide all this shit up, and people getting their feelings, and then their children will be sucked into all of that drama as well. It has the potential to open up too much shit. So I think that, like Will and Jada, like a Will and her said, even in this entanglement conversation, where they made a vow to see each other through to the end, to bad marriage for life. That's their vow. And so I think that what we know is that more than likely it's going to stay on paperwork. It's going to stay on paperwork, because it ain't no point in who the fuck is Jada about to go marry, and who the fuck is Will really about to go marry, not be with, but go marry. I think both of them. I think both of them are over the marriage concept outside of themselves.
So okay, so that, like I said, I completely understand. I'm not even asking about the divorce or anything like that. I'm just asking because they have built an empire with kids. They have money. They're multi-millionaires.
It's already a business.
I just said that. They've built an empire. They have kids. They're multi-millionaires. I literally just said that. My question, though, is within the confines of that business, is their marriage also a business? That's
what I'm telling you. It doesn't have a choice. Marriage, period, don't have a choice but to be a business. That's all that marriage actually is. And of course, because these two are wealthy motherfuckers who are entertainers, anything they touch is going to definitely be a business. Now, I think Will was at some point deeply in love with his wife, and marrying her was a extension of that love.
Okay,
Jada,
so
I don't know what Jada's per se mind was with her crying and all of this shit, and on her wedding day and wedding night or whatever it was, and now all this stuff with a letter to Tupac by Willow and whatever. So I don't know what Jada gives me. I don't know who I am as a woman, and I have just kind of allowed life to kind of take me with, like, I've allowed the wind to blow me about, and I'm trying to figure out who I am through the blowing about. So I'm not sure if she ever had any substantive feelings for Will, more so than she realized this was a man who desired her, and this was a man who was smart, driven, career driven, talented, and he was a good guy on paper, and he treated her really nice, and there wasn't no real reason to say no, because what woman coming from dysfunction and coming from this, that, and the third turns down anything good? What person does that is probably what she thought in her mind. Like, I can't afford to say no. Yeah, maybe I don't really love him, but I I done been through so much shit. How could I say no to just good? Why would I say no? It seemed like it would be fault of me to say no.
Yeah,
You know,
especially if Will said,
I'm sorry. I definitely think that she had conflicting feelings, like in her, like I think she really believed that it was like he's gone, you know. So I have to, I must move on. You know, she may have thought that they were gonna actually go there or rekindle or whatever, and the opportunity was gone. And everything you say, I agree with, but I do believe she thought that she was going to be able to move past her feelings for Pac. And I believe it's been a struggle for her. I definitely believe
I
that.
do too.
yeah,
That part right there, I definitely agree.
I do believe that she loves Will. I believe that part of her may have even fallen in love with Will at some point, but it's like almost torturing herself, being left with the unknown. You know what I mean? Like, just what if it could have been? You know what I mean? She probably feels like if I was with him, he'll still be alive. It's so many, things.
That's what I'm asking. That's pretty much what I was asking.
But I do believe that she definitely went in with a genuine intent. I do believe their marriage has evolved into business. I believe that the fairy tale, of what people think marriage is supposed to be, was typical for the both of them. It evolved. I think that as more.
Hello? Did she go offline?
Rumors and T, your audio is out. If you can hear.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I think that the more worldly exposure they had, because again, different tax brackets. We know there are millionaires, billionaires that are, people, even some people that only got like $100,000 arranged marriages.
Oh,
She went out again.
I'm back. Am I still out?
No, you here.
You good.
Let's turn my Wi-Fi back on. Because people are surprised, and the only reason why they're surprised is because they're in the unknown. This is actually very common amongst people that have money, a certain tax bracket. It is very common. So what we're seeing is the commonality of the majority. I'm sorry, the minority, not the majority.
The minority.
Yeah.
And it's like this is really regular for them. I'm glad. I'm extremely glad that we are seeing these, because again, even though we're seeing it from the minority, it's still things. What Jada is displaying, her baggage. We don't know all of Will's baggage, but her baggage is very common for people from a certain economical background.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I see what you're saying.
No, I'm serious, and I really feel like that's why I keep going back to the same thing over and over again, not to be redundant, but I do really feel like unconsciously the backlash is because this woman is like it's almost hopeful. We're seeing a blueprint, so that lets us know the people that are in these lower economical backgrounds that, you know what I'm saying, if we choose the one to stay because we're taught to leave. We have been taught to leave. Our grandmamas and them taught, showed us to stay, but our mamas taught us to leave, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that is more pushed. Now, of course, if something doesn't work, I don't believe in telling people to leave or go. You know what I mean? Do what works for you unless your life is in danger. But we see more than not people telling people to leave. And what we're seeing is you can leave the space, but we don't have to leave the relationship. And I think that's why people are struggling, wanting to know why did he defend her then? Why did he do this with Chris or whatever? Because y'all thinking because the man is not in the physical, they're not sharing physical space with each other, that they are separated in their relationship. I don't think, clearly they're not separating their relationship. They support each other. They show up for each other.
And let's be clear, like they are together or not together, they are at this point family. So she is a loved one, period. Like she's a loved one.
They're together. So what we're seeing, which is not the norm, we're seeing the dynamics of, it's so weird. I don't even want to tell my family business, but it's so weird because I was cringing at my brother, my older brother that came down. He just told me that he and his wife, although they're separated, live in 2 different cities, they're still married. He said, we're still married. He said, we're not getting a divorce. It works. It's so funny how I told you you're a prophet, how we having these, it seems like every live you do.
Can I
see, hold on. I don't understand how because I always look for teachable moments in these lives. I don't want to waste my time and not find a teachable. Hold on, William. I don't want to participate in these lives and not find something that's teachable for me, right? I'm like, wow, y'all together, and he's like, yes, it works. He said it works. He said, listen, if we get on each other's nerve, I have my key, she has her. You know what I'm saying? He said, I know how to go home. She know how to go home. He said, you know what I mean? He said, because we have peace. And I said, God, he said, I love her. He said, I don't want a divorce. I love her. I don't even like my brother's wife. I was for something negative to say, to like, you know, plant a seed, like, no, get out of it. But everything he said to me, I had to respect. He said, I love her. She loves me. He said, our marriage worked, but us sharing the same dwelling place, he said, it's so many things that I did not know about her that I don't like. And he said, I'm pretty sure it's things about me that she's found out since that she don't like. And he said, I don't think it's fair that we have to subject ourselves. He said, because I'm not ready to things I know that she don't like about herself. I know she ain't ready to change. And I know it's things that she don't like about me. I'm not ready to change. So he said, I don't feel like that I should put her under any pressure and have to suffer. He said, and I'm definitely not going to sit there and suffer and live through something that I'm not happy with. And I'm like, dang, I can't even criticize even plant seeds in this man's head to get him to like divorce her, because I'm looking at it, you know what I'm saying? Like, even though I'm very open-minded, I'm looking at he's my brother. I knew he was not happy while he was with her. So I feel like just go on and cut the umbilical cord and move on. But when there's love, that's why I said earlier, William, when you love someone, you never stop loving them. You may no longer like them, but the love is always there. And you can amicably separate. And even for that matter, divorce, look at him and the first wife. They are still involved and engaged in each other.
And we know this as a community because we always say things like, I make and beat my brother, but you can't put your hands on my brother. I can drag my family. You can't drag my family. Like, we know how the loyalty goes when it comes like in our communities. So I would be shocked if Will did, not that he had to slap Chris, but I'm just saying in general that I would be shocked if Will didn't feel the need to protect Jada at any time in which she would need that, or that he would forsake being there for her, because whether we're together or not, we love each other. You're the mother of my children. You were the love of my life at some point. We will always be in each other's lives. Our history is tied together, and you are family, period. And if you need me, I'm going to be there. Whether that's to whip a nugget's ass, whether that's to put somebody in a place, whether that's to stand by you if you ever get sick, if you ever are in need. Like, and I think maybe a lot of the people who looking at their situation are looking at the fact that they don't have anything that is recoverable in that way, because maybe a lot of their situations have crashed and burned and there is no love left, and you can give a fuck less what happened to your ex, whether you get hit by a damn bus, get dropped out of airplane, you hope something bad happened to that motherfucker. So I think that maybe some like maybe those are the people who are like just a little confused as to why Will still would have respect and honor for Jada, because to Rumors and T's point, like, not everybody who is not together is necessarily holding these hard evil feelings for each other or etc. Especially not when you've spent this much life together. Especially not when you've accomplished this much life together.
Can I?
Yeah.
Can I say something to one of the
Yeah.
comments that you post up? So the comment was, he said it was love at first sight. I have yet to hear what it was for her. Why would it be love at first sight for her when they met, he was married? Why would it be love for her at first sight when they met, he was still married? So again, that shows that it's more to, they releasing some stuff. She's releasing some stuff, but she's not releasing everything.
So
because,
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Because at first it was, you know, baby mama ex-wife drama when they first got married. They didn't get along at first. They grew to accept each other and be family. So that would be somewhat that it's a possibility that he was cheating or wanted to cheat on his wife for Jada because he fell in love with her at first sight. But yet he still wanted to be married to this woman. She had to say she didn't love him no more for a divorce. So if you loved Jada at first sight, but you were married, and a married man who did not want to leave his wife, I don't know. That just don't make sense to me.
Well, could it be? But on Will's part too. I mean, I always say that monogamy and commitments do not stop human nature. So just because you are with somebody does not keep you from being attracted to other people. It doesn't even keep you from developing feelings for other people. Now, where the maturity and the responsibility comes in at is you being mature enough to understand that you made a commitment. So you can't act on those feelings. And if you feel the need to act on those feelings, that's something you need to communicate to your partner so that y'all can discuss whatever needs to happen from there. But being married or having a ring or being in love doesn't necessarily prohibit you from developing feelings or being attracted and having bond with another person.
I
wanted to say, you know, also the backlash. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello? The backlash that she received, the backlash that Jada receives about being open, and how people love to like make Will the villain, like, oh my gosh, she's sharing too much to Santa. Do y'all not understand how this woman, because of her husband being the comments, and this woman extended a whole, not necessarily an olive branch, but embraced and welcomed the ex-wife. Now I'm all for, you know, because they have a child, like I said, they share a child. I'm all for, you know, the moments where, you know, the son, something goes on with the son, you know, and everybody has to come together, be in the same room, embrace each other, yada yada yada. But no, this is when they went on Oprah. Let's keep it. Let's red table talk. When they went on Oprah, it was not necessary for the ex-wife to be there. Like, everybody always makes it seem like Jada brings the like she's brought the baggage. No, Will opened up this type of relationship when he wanted them to, when he merge and create the blended family dynamics. So why does it have to be so one-sided that she can be exposed and embrace whatever baggage he has, but he's not supposed to embrace it? But I know that Will doesn't give us any inkling. He's never shown any inkling. It's people that feel some kind of way. This man supports this woman. He because he understands what she's done for him. But he don't get the backlash. And I'm always just like taken aback how everybody's, I guess it's because, like you said, she got that bald headed, you know, thing going on, and maybe people see that and it's just like, oh my God, you know, they just, like, because it makes no sense to me why this man gets absolutely no backlash, other than the only backlash he gets is from the manosphere when they feel like he's a wimp. That's the only backlash. Nobody gets backlash like for anything he's done. For you know what I'm saying?
Wait,
Like it's
wait. Yes,
weird.
he did get backlash for the slap that he gave to Chris Rock. So he
He
did
got
get backlash for
backlash.
that.
He was called, no. He got backlash. Jada really got the backlash. Will got backlash for they consider him a wimp. He didn't get backlash.
No. I'm not saying that I'm not saying that he got the. Hear me. I'm saying he did get the backlash for the slap that he gave to Chris Rock. I'm also
And
saying that,
I showed you how, William. I showed you how. I gave an example that it wasn't really the backlash he got was more about him being a wimp and not
Okay,
because oh my god, like of course there was a few people. Listen, I'm speaking in general. There were a few people that spoke to why they disagreed with why he slapped this man, right? That did not pertain to them ridiculing Jada. The backlash was tied to Jada. It was not about his action.
Okay, so
it was all about Jada.
Okay, I hear you. I thought maybe you were talking like because you made the general statement that he didn't get any backlash, and I'm like, yes, he did. So when you generalize like that, I was thinking, well, maybe you forgot that the Oscar was literally last year, but that was my
No,
assumption.
I'm
I'm
saying
sorry.
I said she gets backlash for everything, and he does not. That was the overall general point that I was making. Everything she does, you know what I mean? Like everybody's mad because this man is accepting of his wife. Everybody's mad because these people have learned to make their marriage work for them. That they chose to go against the grain of what is norm and create their own norm stability in their marriage. Now, I'm pretty sure when we listen to this interview, we're going to find out some things, you know, more stuff in detail that will give a little bit more clarity because I do believe that she does battle and struggle with whether or not she wants to continue to be married and go through this. I think that it has been a lot on her, and I believe it's been a lot on him, but he doesn't get the bulk of it. I think that is truly unfair. That is all one-sided when it comes to her. And I don't feel like even with the slap, okay, you did that, and I feel like that was personal because I really feel like it was a build-up, and it was like the main root of it was because this man tried to talk to your wife like he played in your face. But there's never too much like like it's like she received so much backlash. I feel like he should speak up more, and he does it, and he allows. I feel like she carries the weight of their relationship. Everybody has an expectation for her. Like when she don't speak, they be looking to wait for her to speak. And then when she speaks, it's like, you know, she needs to be quiet or whatever the case may be. He opens his mouth and he says something in writing, or he makes a video and it goes away because he doesn't. He leaves room. It's like to me, he low keys be like he leaves room for her to be the one to take the brunt of the backlash. And like typical black woman, she typical black woman. She goes along with it, but I feel like Sis is tired. That's the energy I got from the little clip I saw. I really do feel like Sis is tired. And I'm tired for it.
So I was gonna say, I was gonna piggyback off of Consciouz's point from earlier, but it looks like we're out of time, so I won't. Yeah. So here is kind of where I felt. Do y'all know the actress Shirley Lee Ralph?
Shirley Ralph, yes.
Okay. Do you guys know did you guys know that her and her husband are also like in a like they're married but they live in separate states?
Her husband is some type of politician or something, right?
Yeah. So
From
I'm gonna
island.
use that. Yeah, I think so. So I'm gonna say this. If their marriage can work now that I have a bit more understanding from both sides, I really do feel your pain. Um, rumors and tea. and I understand exactly where you're coming from. That's why I'm not disputing anything that you're saying. I'm just kind of listening. But I wanted to say this with the Shirley Lee Ralph situation. They're married. They've been in love for these many years, but he's a politician and she's an actress, and they meet in the middle whenever she has events that she has to go to and all that other stuff, and they make it work. So if they can make it work, my question is, why can't Jada and Will make it work? If that's the case, you know.
But that's the thing. Like, we are looking at something in real time. It hasn't concluded yet. We don't know what will work. We don't know what this will be. We don't know where this is going. We don't know where this is headed. So it's not over yet. So anything can happen. And by them staying married, that could imply that they are attempting to see if it can work, which is why they're giving each other time to breathe and not making no impulsive decisions, because things are not where either one of them would maybe prefer it to be at this point in time, which I really think is also necessary in all relationships, to just give each other time to breathe, give each other permission to sit still and to figure things out, and then instead of just running to the messiness of it all. But final a question before we tie this up is so, you know, we live in a very much so love got to be on both sides era of time. Like, you need to be in love, I need to be in love, we need to be in love. But I remember that wasn't the way the world was prior to the last few decades. Like, during my parents and my grandparents' heyday, even really our heyday as well, it was okay if you were in love and the other person just liked you. Like, that wasn't like somebody liking you and not being in love with you wasn't a deal breaker. And people were willing to still be in relationships and long-term relationships and serious relationships if one partner had way more feelings for the other. Like, that was normal. Now today, people are not so much comfortable with you liking me and me being in love with you, or you being in love with me and me simply liking you. I remember hearing about the way that, like, my father and my granddad, like, they had to be the ones to pursue the women, and oftentimes they were the ones more pressed initially than the woman was. Like it was your job to decide if you desired the feminine, and then you go and pursue that feminine with passion. You court her, you get her attention, you impress her, you know, you engage all of those feelings, and the feminine, you know, can decide at some point if she's impressed and if she wants that, etc. Like, this whole idea that, well, no, like, well, you ain't calling me like I'm calling you, and you ain't feeling me like I'm feeling you. That's very much so a new era concept, but it wasn't always that way. So my question is, should we go back to that way? Is it okay for someone to be attracted to you and like you, but not be in love and you be in love? Is that necessarily a bad thing? Can relationships still move forward even if one partner has more feelings for the other? I know my grandmother, much like Jada, it took a while for my granddad to impress my grandmother. My grandma was not here for his ass when he was pulling out all the stops to get her attention. And then she finally, at some point, after he was persistent, after he was consistent, after he, you know, did everything he needed to be, you know, he did everything he needed to do, then she eventually started coming around and warming up to him. And then, you know, they embarked on a relationship that led to engagement, that led to marriage. And then even on marriage, my grandmother say on her marital day, just like Jada, she actually did not want to marry my grandfather. She actually broke down too. She had a really bad feeling about marrying my grandfather. Now, my grandfather would go on to be an abusive man, to Papa was a Rolling Stone, to have children out of wedlock, to be physically abusive, and that abuse emotionally, physically was so bad that my grandma had to end up separating. So they also probably the last 25 years of their life together, because he passed away when he was like 93. She's now 93. They spent the last chapter of their marriage still legally married, but living separately. And she still fulfilled all of her marital duties. She took care of my grandfather when he fell ill with dementia. She, employed me and my auntie to take care of my grandfather in his last days. We were his caretakers. She cooked for him. They still showed up to church together. He came over to the house on Sundays to eat. She still was largely in charge of his affairs in terms of his, his bills and all of that. And, so she was still very much so active wife, but she had to physically distance herself from him because of the abuse, etc. And I think some religion played a part into why she did not want to go through with a divorce from my grandfather. But she had a really bad feeling on her marriage, on her marital day. And but she proceeded forth with him. Now, there was also good times. He also brought her a car. My granddad was a typical provider. So he made the money. He would come home every paycheck, give her the check. She paid the bills. She gave him his allowance. She disseminated the income. He was very good to their children, including the children that she brought in to the marriage, because she had children prior to her relationship to him. Then they had their children, which one of those was my mom. And, he took them all shopping. He, slaved away to keep food on the table. He was not a perfect man, but he was definitely a provider, etc. So I say all that to say, is there something wrong, to the panel? Is there something wrong with you having more feelings than the other person, even if the other person likes you enough to still be in a relationship to you, still fuck you, still happy with you, even will live with you, like y'all got a place together? They're not in love, but they but they have a love for you, and they are into the relationship, and they're into you, and they want to be with you, but they're not in love. Like, does that bother anybody on the panel?
No. No, and I will be the first to say, I was not. when I first got with my ex, it was a thing. Like, I was in love with him, but as time went on, I was like, oh God, why you gotta eat like like it started to get very picky nanny with me. So no, I liked him. And he was very enamored with me or whatever, but it was just like, oh, like, get out of my face. But yeah, no, there's nothing wrong with that. But there has to be, I think, communication between the two of you. And
look at Prime, as a man, we don't and shouldn't be more into it than a woman. My God.
Oh wow.
Oh God.
Yeah,
So yeah, no. I'm sorry. Go ahead. That's all I was going to say.
I was going to say, I'm intelligent and experienced enough to know no two people fall in love at the exact same time. No two people like each other at the same time. The only thing that we do, I mean, even at times, no two people are attracted to each other at the same time. That's just not reality. I think that for me personally, I know that I don't know if it's the feminine thing, or not, but I do know that I catch feelings very, very easily if my needs are being met. And I've also known not to have an expectation that just because my feelings are moving faster than someone else's in the direction that whichever way they go, that may not be the case for the next person. So I offer patience and I offer grace. Yeah, it's okay for you to be in love with someone to only like you. But I think that that's when you operate through wisdom and hopefully some experience, and you know how to, like when you said, communicate, and also how to have patience. Just because you've fallen in love with someone doesn't mean that and they only like it, does not mean that now we're ready for the next step. You have to wait on your partner to get to a place that they're ready to make the next step. You understand what I'm saying? But I do know and I understand the dynamics of what was once the way of the old. It can work for some people. I mean, I've seen it, but those are people that are clear about who they are and what they want. So if you find someone, although you may, excel faster in your feelings than they do, if you guys want the same thing, I don't see anything wrong with taking your time and continuing to pursue that person, and engage with that person. But if you know that you guys don't want the same thing, then you're wasting your time and probably bringing on a whole bunch of future headaches that's unnecessary.
Okay. Intersex, is that a problem for you to be in love and for your partner to only like you so far?
No, it's not a problem for me. I had long thoughts. Because, and only reason why I said no, because I just don't see nothing wrong with people relationships who are similar to, Will and Jada. Like, I see nothing wrong with it. And in another word, some people love their friends more than they love their lover. So But no, I don't see nothing wrong with it. I don't see nothing wrong with it.
I don't see nothing wrong. Yeah, because I've had really solid relationships to guys who were really into me, and I really like them. And I was able to be courted and able to enjoy, my experience with them. I didn't need to be in love to be attracted to them. I'm attracted. They got good qualities. We got a good thing going. I'm happy. I didn't need to be in love per se. I obviously there is also a difference between love and like, and obviously in the context of taking it to the next step and turning this thing into a relationship with the states, aka marriage. Yeah, probably in the best interest of us both to be emotionally at the same place for that step to happen. But to Rumors and T point, like I'm okay with however it starts. Everybody has a different level of interest initially, and then things have the potential to grow as you guys continue to court, date, hang out, get to know each other, make each other laugh. Eventually, sex comes into play. That amplifies compatibility. Spending time together amplifies bond and escalates. All of that. So. Not everything will transpire at the same time. So I just wanted to ask that.
I feel like every relationship starts that way.
Yeah.
And it could be the woman fell in love first, the man fell in love first. I feel like every relationship kind of start like that.
Storm says you may not marry your best lover or who you're in love with. I think that's okay. See, so that question in mind, when it comes to marriage, do y'all think it's in the best interest of people to get married if they don't have the same feelings for each other? If one person likes each other, the other person just loves, that they should take that step in marriage?
I didn't even comprehend that what he just stated that way, because I was going to say every last human being that I've interacted with has definitely had sexual relations with someone that they are not in a relationship with, and they chose to be with the other person despite the fact that person may have been able to lay the pipe and ply you better than the one you're with. You choose And that's with all relationships, any type of relationship. You choose compromise. What, what are you willing to give up, for the greater, like what's more valuable to you? You know what I mean? What are your needs? What needs are you willing, or wants are you willing to sacrifice to gain over the other? So with, as pertaining to marriage, it's the same thing. Like sometimes you have to look at the bigger picture, and you have to ask yourself, this one might have been laying it down, but he wasn't meeting you, providing you with any emotional stability. You understand? And it's like, well, what do I need more? Is it more important to me to be with someone um, that I was in love with, that did not meet my needs? Because clearly, if I was in love with you and we're not together, or there's someone else and I'm interested in that person, there's a conflict there, right? So, if there's a conflict of interest, you have to ask yourself the hard question: what is more important to you? And you make that decision. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But I don't think, and I think people have an issue with failed relationships. There's nothing wrong with having failed relationships. To me, it seems like everything, people want things to be instant. Like, I think people should date more and not be in such a rush to want to get married, because you need to understand who you are as a whole human being first. You need to make sure that you're giving yourself what you're expecting from someone else. And we, in general, we don't do that. We expect for people to give us this love that we fantasize, and we don't even offer it to ourselves. You understand what I'm saying? Like, it's a lot of work, shadow work, that we need to do. You know what I'm saying? Preparing ourselves for things like marriage. Like,
I could have this conversation forever. Like, I almost feel like I need to start a whole nother stream. But I was, because now that opened up the next question to y'all is, I mean, how many people are even, so like, there are people in the chat who says, like, a crazy case says, I think marrying someone you don't love is insane unless you need the security, and even then it's a slippery slope. So what about the fact that someone can feel in love and then grow out of love in a year or 2 or 7 or 10, etc.? So then, with that being the case, that there are people who feel they are in love and are in love for a time and then say they are out of love, are people even making the distinction between like and love? And how do you really know that you're in love with someone?
You're gonna start another
live. How do you know that how do you know it's love and not the closest cousin to it, not the strongest like, which maybe some people confuse for love? Maybe people confuse a very strong, powerful liking, like the highest grade of like, and they translate that as love, and maybe that's not actually in fact love. But what is the line of demarcation between like and love?
Time is the relevant factor, because it does not allow for, because it allows for the two different individuals to either become either more in love with a person, or it decreases and only goes to I only like you. But there has to be a set of, I think, a set of situations which allows for that to settle in. That could be infidelity. That could be we've just grown apart. That could be, there could be a number of ways those specific situations could work. But I will say, given the time, depending on your partner and depending on where you guys are at in your current relationship, because really all a marriage is just another form of relationship, and it is a relationship between two people. I wonder though, if it's gonna take, if time is the main factor here, could you go in the either direction? Could your partner fall out of love And could you fall in love, given that length of time, whether it's 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, whatever? So, like, in the very beginning, you was enamored, you was in love, and y'all really do love each other and all that good stuff. But as you guys get married and 5 years, maybe 10 years down the road, you fall out of love and they fall in love.
But do people know the difference between being in love and loving someone? Like, it's so much nuance to this conversation.
That's what
And
I'm
that's
saying. It's
why
almost a whole other universe to go into.
it is so many, and that's why I think that we need to stop trying to define other people's relationships. What works for someone else may not be textbook for yours. And then you may be able to find bits and pieces that do work for you, and maybe not the whole thing. Like, we have to stop doing that, trying to tell other people about their relationships, marriages, and like, we can have but when it crosses the line of people trying to tell you how your relationship should be, it's crazy. Like I'm not harping on you, but you just use an example. Like you were saying, that Jada cheated, and Intersex was saying no, she didn't cheat. This is a part of their agreement, and you like, well, whatever is cheating. You can't say that it's cheating, because that's not how Will. He's never expressed that to the general public, that he felt like he actually was okay. He agreed to allow this woman to do that. So that's not
If
cheating.
you here's just
listen. But by your standards, it's cheating, because in your relationship, that will be a difference. That's something that you would not give your mate a pass to do, and that's okay for you. You understand what I'm saying? Like, huh?
Yeah, but here's the thing. We keep harping back to that. I want us to stay focused on the question I just asked, which was, or are you relating that to the question I just asked?
I was relating it to about being in love and liking, and I was saying that as an example, how people have a right to define whether, like, for instance, we're assuming that Jada was not in love and Will was in love, and she just liked Will.
I actually was not assuming. I was actually making a general statement.
No, not you specifically, William. I'm in general. Am I crazy? Did we not? Is that not how we got on this topic of liking and loving? The difference?
True.
Wasn't that part?
Okay.
So that's what I was
established. Go ahead.
Yes. Stop being passive aggressive, baby. What I'm saying is that what works for one person may not work for the next person, right? And you know, people will marry just because they like someone and they know that the other person loves them, so they can find security. I may not be in love with you, but I know you're in love with me, and I like you, and I see that you're a good person. I see all that you have to offer. It's kind of opportunistic if you really think about it, but hey, why not? If the opportunity presents itself and you're comfortable with taking that risk, because maybe in their mind they're like, I can learn to love this person. I may eventually fall in love with this person. And they don't know, it's a gamble, it's a risk. They don't know how it's going to end up, but they're willing to do that. And the other person hopefully knows how the person they want to enter into a marriage with knows how they feel. Hopefully that's been communicated, and they choose to take that route. Then hey, it works for them. You know what I mean? Like, one thing is not for everyone. It's not universal. You know what I mean? And in this Western culture, they try to make everything universal. Like, this is the way it's supposed to be, and that's not the case.
That's why I prefaced it by saying in my earlier statement on this particular topic that there has to be communication between you and your partner. And also, it does depend on your partner and you in your relationship. Time is the relevant factor here. That's what I was saying.
I would add too that probably a really big distinction between like and love is that you probably exist more in your ego when you like. You probably know that you're in love when you feel completely vulnerable and feel free to stand in your authentic self and open up the vaults of your soul. And that can be the sharing of very, very intimate details, with this person that may be feeling safe and empowered to share your deepest of insecurities, your concerns. Probably there's a level of freedom and liberation and transcendence that exists when you are in love versus when you're just in like. Because I'm sure that there's things you won't bring to the table when you just like someone a lot that you would when you really love them. That there's things that there's aspects of you that you won't even bring to the table when you simply like someone versus when you are in love with someone. So yeah, I think that that's also a big probably component is the level of courage and the level of truth and authenticity that you're able to bear, which is probably a product of being in love versus being in like where everything is cute and good and kind of exists on the surface.
So let me ask you this thing, Conscious. This individual just said that I don't believe in unconditional love either, that waiting on someone to fall in love with you is for you just crazy. I put conditions on my love and time. I actually want to pose that to the panel. Have there ever been a moment in your life where the partner or either you were waiting on someone to fall in love with you and it just wasn't working, or were y'all meeting of the minds and was just like, let's sit down and discuss this and all that good stuff?
William, I've been told I'm a seductress. I don't know how or whatever. And I said that to say because although I may fall in love easily, I don't wear my heart on my sleeves, right?
Yeah.
Listen to me. It because my level of emotional intelligence lets me know to have patience, right? I don't want to overwhelm someone because this is what I found in my dealings with people, especially men. And they're like, I know that they're emotionally unintelligent.
Wow.
No, I'm serious. I know, that's why I'm happy I lucked up and found one that has some, emotional intelligence. But I've always guarded myself this way. Whereas I can legitimately be in love. I can be vulnerable, right? But I still have my guard up. My guard, meaning I will not allow myself to invest wholeheartedly, openly, until I know that you are even viewing me in the way that I feel safe enough. Like, because it's something like we was talking about patience. It's something that has to be earned. I can see all the good qualities. I can see how you're fulfilling, and adding to my life, right? But if I know that you have a past history of being in bad relationships and you may have some work that you need to do for yourself, I don't want to put the pressure on anyone to make them feel like she's there now, so I have to get there. And most of the time, people, if you express yourself to someone that may not be there where you're at emotionally, it kind of becomes a red flag for them. So it can actually scare them off, or whatever the case may be, like, because then they feel like they have to play catch up. I allow people to have grace and time to get to where I need to be. So I will withhold part of my, my feelings, and I just won't, be overwhelming with it. I will, drop bits and pieces, and let you know that there's an interest, let you know that it's more than like, but you may not know that I'm in love. You may think I love you. That's why I also said there's a difference with loving people and actually being in love. So I try to, balance the fine lines, but there's nothing greater, because I'm in love. There's nothing greater than being able, because it's a liberation. It's nothing better than to be able to just be yourself completely. Don't hold back. No fear. Embrace being fearless, because that's vulnerability. People have demonized that too and made it something to fear. No, it's liberating as hell. And so I just think that there has a balance, and it depends on who the individual are.
Wait, so you are in love, Aromas and Tea?
I most definitely am.
Oh my, congratulations.
Aww.
That is
So,
beautiful. My room is in tea. She done found herself another husband. So now we sharing her. Child.
yes, we do. So
That's
let me
amazing.
ask you this, Women's and Teas, because like I said, I had been with many.
We know.
So this is what I was gonna say, Women's and Teas. Where, because I'm still young, but I still have a mind of a 65-year-old. So since you are at that stage in your life where you're giving your, if there is that space for them to really figure out who they are, and you're just kind of pulling back a little bit on your emotion and on your feelings so that you can be guarded, is there a part of you where you can share little by little with that person?
Oh no, I share everything with him. This is totally
Okay.
different. I'm speaking about past experiences, but like
Okay,
with the,
gotcha.
I'm gonna say this, and I don't want it to be about, but I'm gonna say this, but just because of experience. What I also learned in me offering that type of grace, right? Because I consider myself to be a gift, right? So I offer the grace to still make potentially be the blessing to your life, right? Allow you to
Mhm.
get to a space to know if this is something that you want or not. That's why I say it's called dating. I don't
Oh,
believe in
dating
jumping
for a
into,
reason.
yeah, I don't believe in jumping into relationships, even though even dating, that's a form of a relationship. It's just not a committed relationship.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but I did that in, that way because I don't want people to feel pressured. And believe it or not, there are men that do feel pressured. Like it ain't they're not the majority. There are men that feel pressured.
Of
You
course.
know what I mean? And I want people to make decisions regardless if it's for love, for business, whatever. I believe in people actually making sound-minded decisions, no matter which way the wind blows. Doesn't mean it's going to work out. You know what I mean? And it could be very successful, but you just allow people the space and the time to get to where you at now. What that did for me back then, it allowed me to slow down, because when anyone that's ever fallen in love, especially the what we call the honeymoon phase, initially it's like full speed ahead. There's no pace. So now if this person is not on the level that you're on emotionally, and you're full speed ahead, somewhere your feelings is going to get hurt. That came with experience too.
Mm.
Started
Yeah, I
to
have that recent experience.
Yeah. So when I started to actually mature, learn from my experiences, grow, and try to do different things, not trying to do it all the same way all the time, and understanding that everyone was their own individual. What I did with Tom, I can't do with Jerry. You understand what I'm saying? Like it's two totally different people, personalities, different needs, different desires, wants, all of that. It allowed me to have healthy, like actually, even if it wasn't successful, I'm still friends with these people. Because I also understood that just because there was once a romantic interest, no relationship actually stays the same. Every relationship's evolve, whether you stay with that person or not. But all relationships change, some for the good, some for the worse. But I was
Yeah.
able to make friendships with these people because I allowed things to progress in the only way I knew how, in the healthiest way I knew how. I wanted to consider them. I didn't want to just be worried about what I was feeling and my needs. Like, it doesn't work that way. So like what Conscious was talking about, the ego, it's called death of the ego. Like when you literally consider the other person, although you know how you feel, but you consider the other, because how we feel is not superior, you know what I'm saying, to how someone else feels. And vice versa. Like, you know what I'm saying? My feelings does not supersede your feelings.
Can
Mm-hmm.
I go progressive? I want to go super progressive on this. Super futuristic as fuck. But not before I thank my baby mother Viper for the old nasty piece of child support check, child. for you're beautifully made. Thanks for being you. Thank you, baby mama Viper. Oh my goodness. God bless you and the family, child. Came out the piggy bank on the nigga. Thank you, baby. So I wanted to add a little caveat to that and say that I actually believe that it's important for us to be in love with everyone that we're in and desire a relationship to. Like, I believe it's important for friends to be in love. But I know what people imagine when I say in love is they think of the sexual component. Not necessarily. People are in love without engaging in sex. But I think if we want the deepest connection we can have as friends, or the deepest connections that we can have as romantic partners or as family, that you have to be in love. And I actually believe that this is the love that Christ evangelized, because what other love can cause you to give up your life for another? Can cause such deep respect for another, can be so protective of another. I think that if we realize that we can bring that love also to other types of relationships aside from just romantic ones, that I think friendships would be like this. Why the passage in the Bible says a friend sticks closer than even a biological brother. I think that love has very deep components, and I think that relationships of all kind are the most enriching when we really, really give somebody else our heart. Like all of my friends and my family members have my heart. They have my entire heart. They have my entire soul. They have my entire soul. And this is why people say I love hard. I love hard because I love complete. I love hard because I love entirely. I love hard because I show up fully. That's what the loving hard is because I'm showing up fully. I'm not holding back. Sometimes this has been a problem in my romantic relationship, because my romantic relationship my partners couldn't make a distinction between them and my friend. It was like, shit, is you fucking now? No, but the reason why there is perceived to be like, okay, where does the line drawn? Where the line drawn is at the fact that we have sex. I don't with these other people. But the reason why my romantic partners oftentimes can make the distinction is because I'm loving everybody else with the same type of love. Mm. And as a Scorpio, unfortunately, I don't know if it's an unfortunate or fortunately, but for me, I am a seeker of depth. I am a seeker of substance. I am a seeker of experiences. And so it's hard for me to half-ass do anything. So if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it. If I'm a friend you, I'm a motherfucking friend you. If I'm a in love you, I'm a motherfucking in love you. If I'm a family member you, I'm a family member your motherfucking ass. Like, it's hard for me to be half-ass in anything. I have to show up entirely. There is no other way, which is why Scorpios are also described as they're either black or white. They're either cold or hot. They either fuck with you or they don't. But there's no middle space. You either gonna love a Scorpio or you're gonna hate a Scorpio. There ain't a lot of gray when it comes to Scorpios, because that pendulum swings from one extreme to the other. But I do think that we as a people need to realize that that's probably the type of love that we need to have for everything. And if we fell in love with everything, the world would be a better place. Imagine what this earth would look like if we as a people fell in love with the earth, fell in love with her, fell in love with Mother Nature. This would destroy this exploitative, capitalistic relationship we have to the earth, where we're just taking, don't care how we're abusing, how our actions impact the earth in return, etc. But at the same time, want to be completely codependent on the earth and want the earth to be completely good to us. But imagine what the resources would look like and the way we would distribute, the way we would engage, and what our dynamics with nature would be if we were in love with nature. Imagine all of the shit that's probably happened, you know, amongst nations, communities, countries, etc. That probably wouldn't have happened had humans practiced being in love with other humans and not reserving that love simply just for the person they're fucking, but understood that that was the bar to achieve in every interaction, that's the bar to achieve in every association. That's the bar that you set for every engagement. Imagine how much more support and community so many other people would have had the people around them been in love with them. There would be nobody screaming about abandonment issues. There would be nobody crying about being unprotected. There would be nobody crying about being alone and being mistreated and being bullied and being outcasted and being othered. If that was the premise that we led from, period, in our lives. If we understood that everybody, not just the person we sleep with, is sacred, that all living things are sacred, that all people are sacred, that all things in creation are sacred and an emanation of the divine and a reflection of our own divinity being reflected back to us. And that the only way you can truly honor, respect, and protect anything is if you have the deepest love for it. There was something else that was right on the front of my brain that I was going to end on my point with, but I guess I just, yeah, I think that that's the bar. I think that that's the bar is in love. And I know, like, in my prayer life, that's what that's what I be asking. Like that's what I be seeking. Like, God, give me a heart. Like, you know, help me to be aware of the things that get in the way of me being able to give this love to everything, to give this type of love to everybody, to just open up my heart to all things, because, baby, if we can love each other the way we love our husbands and wives, our soulmates, if we can make everybody a soulmate, if we can make every tree, every dog, every living thing a soulmate, baby, this thing will be off the motherfucking chain in this bitch. Baby, it'll be off the motherfucking chain in the world. If everything in creation committed itself to loving every other emanation of itself with the same energy of being in love. I think that's where the good shit is. That's the shit that true friendship is made out of. So the person who said earlier that they don't believe in unconditional love, you know, that really sucks. I do understand why so many people don't. unconditional love is rarely seen personally in people's lives. People may read about it, people may see it in movies and nonfiction and all of this, but to actually bear personal witness to it, it is unfortunate that unconditional love is rare. It sucks. I think that's our work, though, is to undo that scathing, disproportionate reality and to raise the bar for our love of the human experience and for each other and for creation, for Mother Nature, etc., and to make that the president in our life. And on that note, we got to get the fuck up out of here. And my baby mother, Anya, send me nasty piece of child support check. Thank you, Rumors and Tea.
Always love.
Dead the child support check, child 4, and the prophet is speaking. Damn it. God bless you. Well, this was an amazing unpacking. Clearly, we're gonna have to have a part 2. We gotta get more into this like versus love thing. We need to definitely explore more of this, the dating dynamics.
Can you please put together a panel where we don't have to argue, that we can have a panel with men in that topic, so we can hear the men do what, and this could be a panel where we don't really gotta argue on us.
Okay. Yeah, are there any particular men that you have in mind? Because I don't
know. Like,
okay, I definitely want iProm TV. If you in the chat, bring your ass up for that. But see, I need a way to reach out to everybody. Knockout, I want your ass a part of that dialogue. All my niggas. Kevin, I want your ass a part of that dialogue. Rashawn, I want your ass a part of that dialogue. William, obviously, a part of that dialogue. It's quite a few.
Somebody said no.
I'm in the road.
Yeah, we want to be lighthearted and fun, y'all. We don't want to argue. Like, okay, we could be,
I'm a no Flacco. Auto Magic, yes. No Flacco. Yes.
Otto too. Bring Otto ass up here too.
Yeah.
And you can
Otto.
Red nigga back too.
Who?
What was his name? Red something. What was his
name? Red.
What's his name?
Pill.
His name Red. Yeah, no, Yellow Pill. You right, Yellow Pill.
No, not Yellow Pill. It was one.
Mandro.
Huh?
Mandro. Who?
No, I want him to.
Are you talking about the big buff dude that we had on earlier this year?
Who, Mandrell?
Yeah.
No, it was
No.
Okay.
It's something red.
Something red. It sounds familiar. Red.
Hold on, I'm about to tell you right now.
Yeah, it's
Red Clark.
Red Clark.
Oh, Red Clark. Oh my God.
Oh,
yeah. My old moderator.
Where did he go?
I'll shoot him a text too.
And it's like, you want to argue. Some of them gonna come up here and give us a head.
Oh, the man gonna argue down.
But I think Otto and Red Clark and somebody else, I think that a couple of them will actually listen.
Corday, Tremel, it's a lot of folk. Reckless, Shy, Ugly Yogi, it's so many. Storm.
Yeah, I like debating with them, but sometimes I just really don't want to waste my energy. Like,
like you don't want to argue, like have a productive, passionate dialogue, but not argue. Yeah,
you want to give me a break, and I always fall for it. I always get triggered, and then
well, I'm in
my soft phase. I don't want to be arguing, be all aggressive and stuff. I don't want to be doing that. I'm trying.
Listen.
She got love shots, so she would have rested her femininity, bitch. Okay, I'm resting in my femininity these days. Period.
Listen, look.
You know what? I also might see if I can get Raz B's brother, Ricky Romance, in here too to talk about, to participate in that dialogue.
That is going to be
follow each other. Yeah, because he'd have been on the platform before, and we follow each other on Instagram and everything. And I told him I wanted to have him back on, so I'm gonna reach out to him to see if he and talking about this love thing.
Yeah, so yeah, I got a man too. So I ain't got. Listen, I'm sorry if I did go off the deep end. Rumors and tea. It's just I think I was more so in my feelings than anything. I'm sorry.
William, I know you. We listen, the crew knows you, okay? So
yeah, no. But see, here's the difference between me and most black men. I actually apologize for my shit. I don't go around with my head up high thinking I know every goddamn thing.
Well, we're gonna get into that on here because that's a whole dialogue,
Oh yeah, IG would be good for the panel too.
Huh? IG, yeah. Listen,
IG.
Yep. Maybe we can have him and his man on here because he's in a long-term relationship too.
I don't want them to feel like I don't want to bash. I don't want to do any of that. Yeah. I want to talk about positive experience, but I want to talk about the negative too because we're not gonna fantasize shit. But you know what I'm saying? I don't need and Prime, we don't need you coming up here acting a damn fool and then turn around, be trying to backs behind the scenes, trying to get people numbers and stuff. Like we need
have he picked up yet?
That part.
No, but he all listen, I don't know about that one. That one right there, he got an agenda. Like
who it is?
Prime TV.
He got an agenda. He like the little
Prime.
How the little boys used to hit the little girls, when they that little young puppy love. They don't know how to say they like each other and they always want to that's like they all do it though. All of them do it. We really sit here and watch them and listen to them dog and trash women out. We do the worst thing. We be telling them we don't want to be bothered with them. They be dogging and trashing us and literally trying to holler.
He literally said in the chat that he literally said in the chat that he do not believe that men should fall before women, honey. He said it does men no good to fall before the woman does. That the woman need to always have a little bit more feelings than the man do.
Was that Prime trying to holler at Presley?
No, that was hold on. What? No, that was
Prime tried to holler at the other lady, the one from Vegas.
Who's from Vegas?
Remember the girl that was up here from
Breezy? Breezy? I think it's Breezy.
Like, and he was up against his big combative, and then next thing you know, he's trying to holler at her. They be so toxic.
That's how them men do, child.
Yeah, that's why I don't want to argue with y'all. We want to have a conversation because y'all got toxic traits. And then
I'm gonna have to create. I'm gonna have to create the CTV charm school for these niggas.
For real, y'all going by the ball wrong.
Listen, some of y'all be in these motherfucking chats talking all that shit. I see you. Mm-hmm.
Yes, God.
But it's all good. It's all good. Listen.
We gotta get out of here. Ain't no bye.
All right, y'all. I'll see y'all next live.
Yes, I love y'all. This was amazing. We might be back tonight. I gotta get some other things together, honey. Got some other responsibilities to take care of. But I love y'all. This was amazing. Thumbs up, share, please. This is how we grow the platform, honey. Putting in that work, honey. This has been a working week, child. And I love y'all. So please tell a friend of a friend of a friend. Please share. And on your way out, if you didn't, please, once again, hit the thumbs up button. I appreciate it. If you're new here, make sure you subscribe. This is what we do. This is what we get into. Tell me your thoughts about this whole Will and Jada fiasco, child, in the comment section below. All donation information is in the description box below. And I will see you all later. Bye.